All right, hello everybody, welcome back to another live stream tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be the man himself, Erebus, yes, most voted, and I'm not gonna lie, figured he would be after our last week's conversations, or last week's discussions. Quite a little bit about Erebus we learned, and you know, again, every time we've seen him, man, Erebus has been like the shadow, like the myth in the room. Like, he appears, he does some dastardly shit, and he just fucking dips on out. Like, every single time, like, we've seen him, he's been like referenced like a fucking like some dark like children's story. You know what I mean? Like, he just I don't know. It's so fucking strange, but we're here to learn more about him today. Erebus, 40k lore by the Amberking. Yes, 189,000 views uploaded a year ago. So this is one of Amberking's more recent videos. Erebus did nothing right, did nothing wrong. Listen, there's many opinions on him, as we've seen. Many people share many different opinions on Erebus. But I guess we're gonna find out here today. Like, listen, he might be an asshole, but does he have a justification to be an asshole? You know, that's what it's about. Does he have a reason, excuse me, to be an asshole? Because if he doesn't, and he's just a dick just to be a dick, then it's kind of like, well, you know, then I think those opinions might be true, you know what I mean? But if he's got a real like motivation to why he's this way, maybe I can see it. Maybe. No? Okay, maybe not then. Maybe not then. We'll see. Well, without any further delay, guys, I think we're going to get right into this video. 2 hours long. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed, leave a like, subscribe for more content from me, and of course, leave your recommendations down in the comments below. If you're not in the Discord, you're missing out. Come on down, join the Discord. Obviously, we got it boosted by Wet Tent there yesterday, so, you know, make sure to make use of that. Yeah, big thank you to all of our members, all of our Hastati and our Principes, Dagenhart, Fear, and Hobbit. I appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day, of course. And yeah, with that, am I forgetting anything? I don't think so. Let's get right into it. Let's do captions. Captions on. Quality is good. Sound isn't going to blow my eardrums out. Perfect. Full screen. Let's get it.
The marks on my flesh, the ones that mark me out as me, were never really mine. I've become like a demon, nurturing a secret moniker that only the Empyrean echoes. They hate me. Not because of what I am.
Well, I don't know about that.
Because of what they were. They hate me because they turned, and I did not.
Oh, yeah? Is that the reason they hate you, Erebus? Really? Now live on Patreon. Oh, sick. Good for the Amberking.
A man-shaped shadow who bleeds darkness itself. The silhouette of his body is lost to the gloom of his black smoke. He is brother to Gaia, Tartarus, and Nyx. He is the chasm and pit that separates the world of the living from the underworld. He is a god, but he has no cult.
He's a god.
Following.
Oh
He is
no.
simply there. Great eyes observe the world from all shadows.
I just want to say Amberking is already feeding into Erebus's fucking god complex here immediately. What the hell? Make sure to like the stream now anyone has. Yes, guys, if you guys enjoyed the stream, of course, make sure you leave a like. It does help out a lot. It does help the channel out a absolute ton, so I appreciate it. Erebus is the reason we have 40k as it is. Yeah, like, that's the thing. I've been told that before, but I don't really know exactly what that means. Like, what pivotal thing did this guy do? I mean, he did quite a few things. That's the thing. We've seen him do quite a few massive things, thinking about it for even half a second. He, like, literally backstabbed a few of his brother Primarchs. Like, just straight up. Like, wasn't even, like, civil about it. Just absolutely straight up did it. I don't know, man. Let's keep watching here. We'll see for ourselves. We'll see for ourselves. I don't want to misspeak.
Anywhere the light fails to
Argle, yeah.
He is the last born
he did.
child of chaos, and his name.
He literally
is
backstabbed
Erebus.
Argle.
Gods, I hated
Primarchs, yeah, my bad. Correction.
I hated the heat.
Astartes, not Primarchs. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about. I forget. Yeah, I don't know what I was talking about there. Argle is obviously not a Primarch. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about there. I misspoke. Listen, guys, the misspeaks, it's happening. To be completely honest with you, this is my coffee. I haven't taken a sip of it yet. I woke up a fucking hour ago. I apologize, okay? I'm gonna be completely brunt and brazen about that right now. Okay, I apologize. Erebus, the Primarch based, honestly should be that
I
way.
hated the dust.
Chug that shit. Listen,
and the thick sweat.
I've been trying to get a. We're gonna go back. I've been trying to get a not sponsored here, obviously, a sparkling water into my system first. You know what I'm saying? I already did one. Trying to get some water into my gut. You know what I mean? That's what it's about.
Gods, I hate
Your boy's dehydrated.
I hated the heat. I hated the dust and the thick sweat of it. Even before I knew that other worlds existed.
Sponsored by Prime Time.
Gods for making my home so unbearable. There's a reason why religions prosper in deserts. There's nothing else to do but ponder the misery. I used to sit in the shadow of my father's house, squatting as the air shimmered, and I'd wait for scorpions to scuttle out of the glare. I'd catch them in my bare fingers and hold them up, watching them wriggle. I'd pluck their limbs off, one by one.
Oh, so he's a psychopath
Sometimes
already.
I'd get stung. Sometimes I wouldn't. It was a kind of game, though not a very good one.
You know what they say, like, you know, kids who fucking torture animals and shit when they're young, you know what I mean? I don't know. Listen, I'm not saying it's that extent. A scorpion's obviously a pretty malicious animal. I don't really have any love for a scorpion myself. But also, like, you know, you're sitting there just ripping limbs off of, like, creatures and shit like that. I don't know. That's not something me personally I've ever just had, like, the want to go do, you know? Just for no reason at all. Now, listen, if I'm doing it to, like, a worm when I'm fishing, or maybe a frog if I'm fishing, or if I'm gonna eat, you know what I'm saying? Listen, that's different. But to do it just to do it, you know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't. It was a kind of game, though not a very good one. Once, a sting made me feverish.
This is the mild kid-like stuff. Oh, it gets worse.
On my mat inside with visions and shaking. I might have died.
That would have been for the
I
best.
didn't care much either way. Once I'd recovered, I was sitting right back out in the porch, waiting for the next one to scamper into range. Ever since then, I've played the same game. Get close to the danger. See how long you can last before it bites you. It doesn't matter which town that was. I can
What the hell?
barely remember it myself. They were all the same. Thick with filth and haze and the stink of perspiration and refuse.
What the fuck?
My parents were exasperated with me. They wanted me to learn a trade, get ahead, find something useful to do. I didn't want any of that. I wanted to be rich without trying. I wanted to have slaves.
No.
I wanted
Yo,
to play my scorpion.
Yo, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. He just called out, like, you know, society as a whole in 2025. Holy shit. Yo, I wanted to be rich without trying. Yikes. Oof. Honestly, it's kind of spitting fact though, right there. Then he's like, listen, at least he's honest about it. I'm just gonna say it right now. He's not like even trying to deceive in that instance. It's just like that's pretty straight up. At least he's outright just gonna say it, you know. Goddamn.
Slaves.
I can respect that.
I wanted to play my
Relatable
scorpion
Erebus moment. Like, listen,
for a long time.
I can't judge a man for that.
Clear
Like,
how I would be able to achieve that, but
get paid,
fate
get bitches.
had a way of
Don't
leading
work.
me into opportunity.
You'd be pretty brainless not to want
noticed,
that, I feel like.
being an observant sort, that the Covenant had become the kind of organization that I might do well in. 'Tis fashionable now, among those who still pretend to keep records and tell histories, to think of the Covenant as some wellspring of piety, the precursor to the fundamental religion that came later. Perhaps it was, in some places. Maybe in Varadesh they did things properly. Out in the provinces, though, the priests had begun to develop a
He's still a child, yeah.
They drank. They gambled. They were violent.
Like, again, I'd assume up until he joins the Legion, we can basically assume that he's, like, below the age of, like, 12 at this point? 15? Like, he's young. He's very young. I shudder to think, like, he's probably, like actually just a child, like, straight up. He's probably, like, fucking, like, 6 or something, dude. And he's already just a psychopath. I wouldn't even be surprised.
They drank. They gambled. They were violent, and they used that violence to...
Below the age of 11?
Even the devout knew that the tithes they paid didn't all end up embellishing temples.
Just turning double-figure age? Okay.
The whole edifice was like a spoiled aquifer, with a cold and oily heart locked away from those searching for the light of the sun. So you can understand the attraction. I could see myself in those robes, with a palace of my own, where a fountain would tinkle in the courtyard and a chamber full of young things would lounge around in silks and count my coins. There was a young man.
Listen,
a pious
it's respectable.
who had inked some words of the holy books onto his face and shaven head. Every day, before dawn, he would apply more henna, rewriting the sacred glyphs with only the aid of a polished silver bowl for reflection. For this, he was considered something of an inspiration.
Erebus is just about to become a charlatan here, dude.
Even my own mother, fat and lazy slattern if ever there was one, noticed his diligence.
My God.
Why can't you be more like him? She would complain, picking at her fingernails and watching me sitting idly in the porch. Why can't you be more like Erebus? Now, you see, thoughts like this...
Oh, yeah, I heard he fucking... He takes this dude's name, doesn't he? I think I recall hearing that somewhere. I can't remember if that was in a video or what. I do recall he fucking... Yeah, doesn't he straight up just steal this dude's name? Why can't because his mother's like, why can't you be more like him? And he's like, okay, mother, and just fucking, like, you know, takes him out, as it were, like, and takes his identity. God damn. Okay, like, I don't want to misspeak. I'm pretty...
Now, you see,
yikes.
Like this have a terrible power. I took her words to heart. I pondered them. And I
okay,
myself,
Mom, I'll do that.
I
literally.
More like Erebus. I was thinking the same thing as I garroted that young man.
Garroted him?
He said the words out loud as I twisted the string and watched his eyes bulge and pop. It was the first time I killed a living soul. And God, was it sweet. My heart was pumping. My face was glowing.
I do want to say, imagine at this point, you're like a grown-ass man, and you manage to get garroted by, like, an 11-year-old at this point, right? like how you know, unaware must you be for this to occur? Like, unless Erebus at this... I don't even know, what is his actual name? Does he have a real name? Like, or is he just forever known as Erebus? Even now, he's just known as Erebus. Does he actually have like a proper like birth name, I guess, that we know of? I'd assume not. Why can't you be more like him? I will do you one better, Mom, don't worry. The real Erebus wasn't much older than this schmuck. I thought he was like a priest or something, he said. They're both kids? Okay. So one's just like a pious, like learned, like scholar, essentially, or going to the scolatory body in a sense, and Erebus is just like some, you know, wretch that does nothing. I see.
My heart was pumping. My face was glowing. The more his life ebbed away,
priest apprentice, okay.
I felt my
like an intern
burgeoning. By the time I let his body drop into the alleyway, I was positively singing inside. The sensation didn't last long. There was all the tedious business of disposing of the body, then rooting through his belongings to get what I needed, and turning my back on my birthplace and setting out into the great dust. I couldn't stay in a place where he and I were both known. I never once regretted it. I walked out under the southern gate, with the stars rising and the heat of the day ebbing, wearing a dead man's robes, with a dead man's script inked neatly on my own shaven head. Ah, there you go. There is the irony. The marks on my flesh, the ones that mark me out as me, were never really mine. I wore them after that to ensure my stolen name and persona were never questioned. In time, I half forgot their origins. I began to care more about what I was writing. By the time I reached for the tattooist's needle, the words had changed, and the act was more than one of disguise. Originally, though, it was all just lies. So what was my original name? Just like the name of the place where I was born, that genuinely doesn't matter. I've become like a demon, nurturing a secret moniker that only the Empyrean echoes. I certainly will not tell you. Some things even the gods don't know. Ah, there you go. There is the irony. The marks on my flesh, the ones that mark me out as me, were never really mine.
So this motherfucker's got like the whole like demon persona going on. Like you speak his name, you have power over him or some shit. Is that it? Like, yeah, what a guy. What a guy. And like the thing is too, like, I wonder what happened to his hometown. Cause like, I wonder if his parents ever cared that he just kind of like dipped on out of there. And like, if it was ever reported that like the real Erebus got like, you know, I guess he would have just went missing. I guess he said he disposed of the body. So, I mean, at that point in time, I don't think it would have been like, you know, out of the ordinary for someone to go missing, let's say, but perhaps it would have been. I'm not too sure. But yeah, he immediately left the instant like he did that because he couldn't be in the same place where two people were known. So I wonder how long after that he actually like enters the Astartes program. You know what I'm saying? Like how long after that does he become initiated? You know, if he's like 11, 12 at this point, he's already getting kind of up there in age for initiate almost. You know, he's not like there yet, but he's getting up there. You know. Then Cocos blow up, yeah, after the heresy, yeah. Erebus is like the Space Marine Herald / Pope for the Chaos Gods. I see. Demon pilled. And now you already know why people hate this shitter. Yeah, like from the gate, he's just been a bad person. Like, yeah, man, I don't know. Like he genuinely had no motivation to do that at all. Like that's, I think, what sets him apart. It's not like he was like forced or that he was in like a place of like trauma or like, you know, a place of like unawareness. Like, no, he just like straight up heard his mother say, why can't you be more like him? And he's just like, sure, mother, I'll do that. Exactly. And then he just fucking kills that poor guy and takes his life. Like essentially, like what an asshole, man. Yeah, he's a piece of work. He has no motivation so far to be this way. He's just a psychopath, straight up. They did make pseudo Marines from adults. That's true. I just thought the success rate was a lot like worse, wasn't it?
We all have the innocence of the child within, and because of this we fall for the lies we are told, and buy into dysfunctional behaviors and thoughts. Most people do what they do, not because of evil, but because of innocence, the desire to be protected.
Not him.
To be recognized in some way, to believe their truth is truth. A path that can bring forth the horrors of mankind. A path walked by the self-anointed hand of destiny, the first chaplain of the word bearers, the dark apostle, Erebus. An architect for the misery of the Imperium, or simply a tool, one wielded by thirsting gods of the warp, to be discarded when his purpose is served, one hated by even his allies. But a story is only as good as its villain. His story begins in the 30th millennium. Colchis, a thirsting barren waste that burns and freezes with a slow rotation, hateful to any stable life that lives upon it. City-states clung to the few coasts dotted around the enormous planet. But it would be in the outskirts of these great cities that a child would be born. If a life of poverty in a harsh desert wasn't punishment enough, the parents of this child were cursed with an unruly and selfish individual.
Like I was gonna say too, it's not even like he suffered any sort of like childhood trauma. Like there was no mention of like, you know, his father fucking giving him the belt or anything like that. The only mention of his parents was like, hey Erebus, why can't you be more, or not, like I don't even know, it's not even his name. Hey son, why can't you be more like that Erebus fellow over there? Like that was literally the only like sign of like, I don't know, abuse, quote unquote. Like I don't even know what to fucking call that. Like encouragement maybe. Like you know, it's not like he had a hard childhood like by any other standard, you know what I'm saying? Obviously desert world, yeah, sure, I'm sure that's rough, but like that doesn't, like everyone else is going through that also. It's not just you. Like there's nothing like external that's made him that way. It's just like that's just who he is, you know? Mummy was mean to him is his whole reason. Like I don't know, like again, if that was like as plain and simple as it got, maybe there was like more involved in it, and I'm sure maybe there was. But from just that like speech at the start, I did not get the impression that his mother was like overtly rude to him. I'm not sure. Maybe that's just me.
This child were cursed with an unruly and selfish individual. His distaste of
I prefer chaos, but this chat is wilding.
Miserable people often escaped from a mouth locked in a perpetual smug grin. The boy grew, desiring nothing but an easy life handed to him, one of excess and debauchery he knew in his heart was owed to him. They wanted him to be useful, learn a trade even, but he desired to be a priest, just like those of the Covenant. They drank, they gambled, they were violent, and they used that violence to gather up riches. Even the devout knew that the tithes they paid didn't end up all inside the temples. He saw the hate in their eyes, the ecstasy they felt when they were punishing those who had supposedly wronged them. He stole writings and scripture, words he knew he had to memorize in order to placate the foul peasantry that would fall under his purview.
So he is just a charlatan.
The first time he'd given anything effort.
So he's not doing this because he believes in this religion. He's not doing it because he gives a shit about its people. He's doing it because he just sees them like able to drink wine and, you know, gamble and fuck bitches, and he's just like, yeah, that's my life. Like I'm all for that. You know what I'm saying? How can I get me that? You know what I'm saying? He doesn't give a shit about like any of the other. He's just doing what he has to do to get there. Listen, I'm not like, I don't agree with him, okay? But I can respect his grind. Listen, man put his mind to something, okay? And he's gonna do it. Listen, I can't disrespect that necessarily, you know, like, you know, putting your mind to something. Like, listen, at the end of the day, he is memorizing the damn book so that he can do that. Like, he's devoted, just not in the way you would prefer him to be, let's say, I guess, is what it would be. Degenerates like you belong on a cross. Ave, true to Kaiser, yeah. Yeah, isn't it so funny how in like New Vegas you can tell what somebody's opinions on Caesar are, whether they say Caesar or Kaiser? You can tell instantly, like, oh, they like him or they dislike him, you know?
Purview. Perhaps it was the first time he'd given.
It's almost like Erebus isn't likable unless you're a contrarian, yeah.
Task anyway, with all those rumors of a great army sweeping the planet, led by a supposed Golden One, guiding his new flock.
Wants power but never doesn't want to work for it, yeah.
Erebus, the young man's parents, said, "Why can't you be more like Erebus? That devout, perfect boy. Indeed. Why couldn't
Indeed.
you be more like Erebus?" The young man approached the devout, marked man and took his first life. It was over rather quickly, though he did enjoy the bloodlust. He stole his clothes, his markings and his name, discarding a name now known only to the gods, and he became Erebus. Leaving behind his desert home, the now Erebus would journey to the Covenant temples, joining the priesthood in the shell of a life he has stolen from another. Manipulation had always come easy to Erebus. It was all meant to be a farce, a cover for his true purpose of a life of depravity. He read the scrolls, spoke the sermons, until the lies became the real thing, the truth. A primordial truth that sprang from the emotions of life itself, an understanding of the tumultuous interweaving fates and random patterns of life, an underlying logic to the illogical.
I will say it's interesting too how, like, yeah, he started all this off as just like a bullshit play, right? Like, didn't actually care, and then like suddenly like there is actually chaos gods, and like he does just straight up collude with them. And I guess, like, you know, the promise of like ecstasy and like ecstasy, like, I guess what's the word I'm looking for? More something more. Fuck, I can't think right now. Basically, like, the chaos gods, what they promise like literally everything he wants. Riches, they promise exclusivity, you know, they promise him importance, they promise him pain. He's a bloodlust, you know, he enjoys a little bit of bloodlust. Basically everything that he is looking for now as a child, he eventually could potentially gain with their favor. And so although it starts off as a complete farce, I just find it interesting how eventually it turns into something very real for him, like, as they say here. Excess, that's the word I was looking for, excess. Why the fuck couldn't I think of that? Jesus Christ. That was not a hard word at all to say. Oh my god. This video is actually making me mad, having to hear about this shit stain in detail. Oh, where's my bolter? I need to shoot something. So true, Hobbit, so true. Ironic, he'd become something with no sexual drive or ability to get drunk. Power gets him hard enough. Like, yeah, like, that's the thing too. Like, eventually what he becomes, he can't even technically indulge in what he's seeking, you know, at a certain point. So it's just like, yeah, like it does become something very real for him, I guess. And yeah, you definitely do see him get off on like that whole like power struggle, that whole power difference. Because he does, and like you see him get his ass beat repeatedly. And like, you know, he kind of, he enjoys it almost, you know? Like when he does get his ass beat, he just seemingly like, you know, he's just edging to it, you know? Like, I don't know. What a fucking weirdo.
Random patterns of life, an underlying logic to the illogical.
His original church did worship the chaos gods. That's fair. That's fair.
Corruption and life. Obsession,
but were they like as real as they are in 40k? You know what I mean? At this point,
and honor. Erebus found his interest.
I'm sure they would be like. I'm sure they'd have like,
as well as the building sensation,
some shit breakthrough at some point.
As he thought of how perfect a follower his very being was, like it was made for him, as if it justified every whim and skill he possessed. In fact, in a way, he'd always felt their presence over him. He looked into a mirror that cracked into 4 parts, and he felt the truth.
Probably got a demon like chained up in like the basement of some of these temples.
Gods themselves. In his dreams they came, visions of the future, of a destiny in which he would be the guiding hand for. Finally, those swooping rumors became fact. The new order swept through his town, through a slit of a gate. Through the bustle and cheer of the crowd, he saw him, the Golden One, the being whose presence made all weep, the intoxicating majesty, the perfection and hope. Erebus looked upon Lorgar Aurelian.
I wonder if like Erebus is going to become salty immediately because like, well, I guess like, yeah, like religion didn't really go away on their planet, right? Even though it definitely should have, even though the Emperor should have put a pin in that immediately if he was going to. And again, like he apparently said something to Lorgar, you know, and apparently he did kind of make it known. But man, I feel like you really should have just stomped that out like the instant you had any sort of semblance of like seeing it, man. I don't know. The religion on this planet doesn't seem fantastic, I'll be honest. From everything we've heard or seen so far. A lot of worlds worshipping chaos gods under different names without even knowing. That's fair. That's fair. I guess like that's also part of the deception too, right? Or like over time, like chaos would evolve into something else, but those base rituals might still exist. You know what I'm saying? The worship of chaos, I should say. A lot of chaos people wish for the chaos gods. They worship to look at them, and Erebus didn't try to have 4 of them look at him. Yeah, that's fair. Like I think he's just a shitty enough person that like he just garners their attention, you know, regardless of like him trying or not, you know what I mean? I think he's just one of those that are like hard to ignore in their eyes, you know? Like how could you not just like, especially, and he's done some pretty minor shit so far. We haven't even seen any of the bad shit yet.
And hope. Erebus looked upon Lorgar Aurelian, but felt nothing for this supposed superhuman prophet. A new age had dawned over Colchis, a society born in the ashes of a great civil war that had cost millions of lives over the great cities, all led by a man who spoke of a golden god coming to Colchis as a guiding hand for humanity's future. But Erebus saw the truth. It was not this Lorgar that was a chosen one. He was the chosen one. Into hiding those who held the old faith fled, seeking the wisdom of their patrons. Only after a few years emerging out of the shadows to join this Lorgar's order, infiltrating the very group that had supplanted them, one that would be corrupted from within. To Varadesh, Erebus would journey, exuding the charm he had practiced as a priest, to rise within the ranks of this new faith, getting ever closer to Lorgar and his adoptive father, Cor Phaeron. One look into Cor Phaeron's eyes, both mortal men could see the understanding of the primordial truth. Both of them snakes in the shadows. There were good years for Erebus. He reveled in the mask he wore in public.
Erebus is definitely going to backstab his adoptive father.
He couldn't help but enjoy.
Listen, at the point where the word like the Amberking here is saying like they're both snakes in their own way, it's definitely going to be the case of like Erebus is going to outsnake the snake. You know what I mean? Like 100%. Like that's absolutely what's going to happen here. I couldn't see any other way, to be real. Erebus is the hand of destiny. Like, I guess so, yeah. Like, again, with a lot of the shit that I guess that he puts in place, either indirectly or directly on purpose, it's like, yeah, you know, he really is like the hand of fate. He really is like the cause, isn't he?
The dark pacts and murders that happened in the shadows. He couldn't help but enjoy it. The confusion, the look of panic and betrayal from those whose place he would take. But the day came that Erebus and the world had held bated breath for. The arrival of the prophesized golden god, the emperor of mankind. He was hard to look at, a shape that made most weep at the purity and majesty of his being, the anathema the visions from the gods had called him, the enemy to the true beauty and underlying logic that was chaos itself. Erebus smiled a genuine smile, not one of his charming persona. This was the man, the creature that he would bring low. It was his destiny. The Imperium of Mankind had arrived. The cheering crowds led by Lorgar Aurelian bowed in supplication to the master of mankind and pledged their fealty.
So even at this point,
cultures began to transform. Industry and recruitment into the Emperor's Angels of Death swept.
I just want to say, even at this fucking point, he lays eyes on the Emperor for the first time, and he's like, that guy? Oh, that's my target right there. That guy, no. Lays eyes on the Emperor, he's like, that's a perfect being. That's literally what we need to do right there. Take that guy down a notch, like straight up. It's just funny to me, like how even just as like a mortal man at this point, right? He's not even anyone special, and he's already having that ambition to bring the Emperor low. Like, I wonder if he like, you know, I guess he like there was like, was he having visions? Like, did it explain that in the first couple minutes there? I think it said like he was like having like kind of like flashbacks or whatever. I don't know what they were described as necessarily, but I wonder if he's like, you know, influenced directly at this point by chaos? Respectable ambition? Is it just straight up his own ambition, like his own sheer fucking will, or is there like manipulation going on at this point? I wonder. I don't know if it'll explain it later. If it does, obviously no spoilers, but very, very interesting. Wonder too, right? Because like obviously like Erebus seems to know like chaos is a thing already. Like he seems to have a pretty good idea about it, right? It's not like it's just some like, you know, secret hidden meaning in their religion, let's say. Like it seems like no, this is kind of the focus of it. So I wonder like if Lorgar not only ignored the Emperor's request not to spread it for that reason, but like also internally, if he could have stopped it, right? Like obviously he's the Primarch of the Legion. I'm sure he definitely could have to a degree. But then you have like fuckers like Erebus in here that are just like, you know, they don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like they're still going to be like conniving in the background. Like I'm sure that even if they weren't spreading their religion to the planets that they conquered, I'm sure people like Erebus or Erebus himself would like definitely have still done it to a degree. You know, like it definitely would have still got rooted in there at some point. Hard to see not. Like this guy seems pretty like he seems like a mad dog when it comes to his ambition. Doesn't seem like he'll stop, you know?
beneath.
Uh-oh.
The mentorship between the two breaking in a violent scuffle, as Erebus had tried to force his pupil into the chaplaincy.
Oh, yeah.
Argyle had drawn a blade against a fellow Hastatis.
Yeah, I remember this. This was the Erebus grooming of Argyle. I recall this, yeah. Where he just straight up was like, yes, you're going to come join me in the priesthood, boy. I'm like, I don't want to. Oh, yes, you do. Trust me. Oh, it'll be so much better there for you. So yeah, Erebus just straight up was a fucking yes man, though. He got close to Lorgar in proximity. And then, you know, the Emperor's a god. Oh, you're right. The Emperor is a god. And we should tell everybody that we come across that he's a god. In fact, that's such a good idea, Lorgar. Oh my god. Look at that. Oh, you know, like that's literally what he did. And so like he just gained influence that way because Lorgar's just like, oh man, this dude's just so devout. Like he's just so like staunch in his belief. And it's just like, no, he's just gonna fucking, yeah, he's just gonna like help you drink the Kool-Aid straight up. He's just gonna yes man the shit at you. Can we listen to Erebus versus Karn and Erebus telling off from Horus after this? Depends. How long is it? Maybe. Bro got everyone off a leash. Yeah, the Erebus versus Karn, we saw that last week at the end of the Argyle video, to be fair. We saw like a telling of that at least, yeah. Yeah, have yourself a good one, Colton. Thank you for tuning in, man. I appreciate that.
Chaplaincy. Argyle had drawn a blade against a fellow Hastatis.
I know we did, but it makes you laugh so much. It's a good one, to be fair.
A usually unforgivable act, but in truth Erebus had affection for the boy, choosing to let him go, despite his betrayal wounding him. It disgusted him, in truth, to raise these temples of the anathema, but the gods had begun to show him more, the fates and paths that he had to help guide. And he couldn't help but enjoy seeding some cults of the true faith within the shadow of Lorgar's own. The idea of none suspecting the beloved High Chaplain brought Erebus nothing but pleasure. In truth, he loved and hated his role. He deserved to be recognized for who he was, what he was achieving, but the anticipation of it all crumbling down was almost too great. Erebus knew he wasn't the most gifted combatant, not the most talented commander, but with the personal attention and dreams from the gods, he felt unwavering certainty.
God
the
damn.
future that would come to pass was built up in his mind. He knew what was going to happen, and how it had to be forged. How could one doubt and fear if their future was certain? And finally that moment came. The first in a long line of dominoes that Erebus had waited patiently for over the decades of the Great Crusade. Lorgar and the Wordbearer's Legion received a distress call, begging for the Emperor's angels to save the people of Monarchia on the planet of Kur. Into the system Lorgar and the Legion roared, only to find Monarchia, the perfect city forged over 5 decades ago, had been wiped from existence by Guilliman and the Ultramarines. To the surface of the planet Kur, the entire
whatever could have happened here.
Assemble.
Oh no!
The ashes of the city Lorgar had called perfect. The cathedrals, spires, and homes now rained down like snow. All ash, stained with the heat and death of an entire culture, falling upon the Word-Bearer's armor. The despised and anathema descended to Kur. The shock on Lorgar's face was evident, but what was worse for the Primarch was the condemnation that came from the Emperor's lips.
You're a failure.
Compliant worlds for years after final victory,
literally
driving the populace into the worship of false faith, seeding cults of the naive and the deceived, erecting monuments to lies. All you have done in the Great Crusade is for naught, while all others succeed and bring prosperity to the Imperium. You alone have failed me. The Emperor forced Lorgar and his legion psychically to kneel. If they wanted a god, he would show them one.
Wow.
An all-powerful, unquestioning tyrant. The hearts of an entire legion, the foundational structure of their being, was crushed in an instant.
So, like, again, to be fair, though, like, when you hear it in that light, it kind of makes, like, sense, like, why he did it. And, like, I wonder, too, because, again, Erebus even said he was mixing in, like, you know, pieces of the true faith into that religion as well, right? So I wonder if, you know, upon closer inspection of these worlds, the Emperor or even Gilliman, maybe some Custodies even, they were able to just see, like, hey, this is very fucking clearly, like, some dark shit going on here. Like, I don't know how in the know the Custodies would be about chaos. I know, obviously, like, yeah, to the Primarchs it was a secret. Obviously, to most of the Astartes it was a secret too. Was it a secret to Custodies as well, or did they have, like, some knowledge of it? You know what I mean? At least, like, more so. I don't think they fully knew. I think they still just thought they were warp beasts for the most part, but I just want to make sure. Seeing Monarchia burn must have been a wonderful sight. Yeah, probably would have been, to be honest with you. Probably would have been very cathartic. The Custodies all knew? Okay, they all knew? Okay. Okay, that makes a lot of sense then. I guess it makes sense why they would know, because, again, they're, like, kind of the main ones that would go out there and fight, right? Like, that would be their whole piece. Ideally. Only the Emperor, Malkador, and the Custodies will see it. I see. Valador knew about them?
The foundational structure of their being was crushed in an instant. It was as if the essence of life itself had drained from the word-bearers.
The Emperor trusted them. That makes sense.
Hollowness washing over them.
Gotta trust, like, somebody, I guess.
Especially from the one who called his god Father. All were heartbroken as their god rejected them. All
except Erebus.
Erebus.
Erebus chuckled to himself.
Such as Argyltal rushed forward, picking up the broken thing that was their Primarch. As the Legion left the world of Kur in shame, a silence hung over the 17th. Their very own god had rejected them. Lorgar sat in solitary for weeks, barely recognizing the man that stared back from his reflection. He was lost, broken and vulnerable. He needed guidance. He needed to hear words.
He could actually talk to Custodies and enjoy it.
Right path towards truth. He needed the counsel of his trusted advisor and friend. He needed Erebus.
Yikes. You never need Erebus.
Sire, if I may.
Interrupted Erebus. Lorgar granted permission with a tilt of his head. Ever the statesman, Erebus needed no time to compose himself or his answer.
You embody the Emperor's hope. You are his belief in a greater way of life, and his desire to raise humanity, to achieve its greatest potential. You devote yourself to these ends, forever selfless, utterly faithful, striving for the betterment of all.
Poetic, but indulgent, Erebus. What of my failings? History will say that if the 17th Primarch had one weakness, it was his faith in others, his selfless devotion and unbreakable loyalty caused him grief beyond the capacity of a mortal heart to contain. He trusted too easily and too deeply.
Erebus's solemn facade cracked. A moment of doubt flashed across his features, and he glanced to Corferon.
Is that so wrong?
He asked his closest advisors.
Is it so wrong of me to walk the ways of a visionary, a seeker, rather than a simple soldier? What is it within my father that renders him so thirsty for blood? Why is destruction the answer to every question he is asked?
Corferon clutched Lorgar's shoulder tighter.
Because, my son.
I was gonna say, like, this is This is not the people you want around you when, like, you're going through this type of revelation, you know what I'm saying? Like, you literally have, like, 2 snakes, like, in the room right now, bro. Erebus is, like, sitting here looking at Lorgar, like, in this condition, and he's just sitting there, like, fucking licking his lips and, like, chuckling to himself, and he's like, holy shit, this will be too easy. This will actually be too fucking easy. I couldn't have asked for a better opportunity, you know, like, straight up, like... I can just see him taking full advantage of this, and I'm assuming this is exactly where he does. Mental Crisis fetched me the 2 psychopaths. Like, bro, literally, like, these are the worst fucking people you could have, like, around you in this situation. Holy shit. Good example here. Corpheron is an enhanced human, brought as close to Astartes as possible, but never to that high level. Erebus is full Astartes. I got you. So he's not like there's a distinct difference there. It's not like he's a full-on Astartes, quote unquote. Literally has 2 devils on his shoulder. Yeah, it's exactly what this is. This is literally like, this is terrible. Like, I almost feel bad for Lorgar because he really has like some of the worst fucking console like you could possibly get. Like, you know, like everyone else, at least, like even amongst the traders, you know, they got at least like 1 or 2 people, 1 or 2 Astartes that are like decent, you know, that can be like relied upon. This fucking guy, like, you know, like, no, not at all. Like, Lorgar's got no one. Like, his legion's just full of fucking snakes. Doing any gaming later tonight? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we might. I'm thinking either some Skyrim or some Darkest Dungeon. We'll see. Kind of in the mood to play some more Skyrim, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Kind of in the mood for that. So we'll see. Not all snakes, don't insult Argol. Not all snakes. Like, there are some, but again, like, Argol does not have the sway or influence that Erebus does, you know what I mean? Like, because again, Erebus is just the ultimate yes man. He's not gonna push back on Lorgar because he genuinely doesn't give a fuck if they succeed or fail, you know what I mean? In fact, he's hoping they fail, more so, you know? So that's kind of the thing there for me. It's like, Argol, like, plenty of loyal word bearers. No, I know, but I mean, like, in terms of, like, console, right? In terms of, like, who's going to lead him right? Argol Tal will disagree with Lorgar because he genuinely wants what's best for his legion. Erebus has way more fucking sway than Argol Tal does, especially towards Lorgar here, right? And he is genuinely praying for the downfall of the Imperium at this point. Like, he's fucking crossed fingers, you know, incense burning at night, you know. He's all for it, you know. He just doesn't get to Lorgar before those 2. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Like, again, like Erebus is the reason that Tal is even in the Legion. That's the thing, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like, Erebus straight up is the one that, like, initiated him, right?
Corpheron clutched Lorgar's shoulder tighter.
Because, my son, he is gravely flawed. He is an imperfect god.
The Primarch met his foster father's eyes in the chamber's gloom, the glance sharp and cold.
Do not say what you are about to say.
Corpheron tried, but the Primarch's glare silenced him. His eyes were sharp with a plea, not with fury.
Do not say it. Do not say. We tore our whole world apart. All those years ago. In the name of false worship. I cannot live with that. It is one thing for the Emperor to spit on all we have achieved as a legion. But this is different. Can you piss upon the Covenant and the peaceful Colchis we created after 6 years of civil war? Will you name my father a false god?
Speak the truth,
Erebus cut in.
even if your voice shakes.
Lorgar lowered his ash-streaked face into his filthy hands.
Uh-oh.
In that moment, Erebus and Corferon locked eyes.
Oh!
The latter nodded to the former.
Oh!
And the first captain spoke again.
Ah, dude, they're literally like they're like ping-ponging like fucking Lorgar off each other here, dude. Like, this is so manipulative. They're like, oh yes, phase 3 of the plan is now in action. Like, what the fuck, dude? This is such rat behavior. Like they're literally building him up. Oh yes, Lorgar, say the truth. Say what you really feel deep down. Yes, say it. And like, holy shit, dude.
You know it is true, Lorgar. I would never lie to you. This is something we must all face.
I would never lie to you.
The chaplains stand with you, sire. The heart of every warrior priest in the Legion beats in rhythm with yours. We stand ready to act upon your word.
Erebus added his voice to Corferon.
Bro never lies either. That's what he says, right?
As well as his father's reassuring hand. The movement split the healing scabs on his shoulder blades, birthing trickle rivers of dark, weeping blood down his golden back.
You are calling my entire
Your father is
life
not a god, Lorgar. I've lied to you.
a lie.
I am saying we were wrong, my son. That's all.
Corferon dipped his gnarled hand into the bowl of ash by Lorgar's side. Monarchia's dust spilled through his curled fingers, stinking of charred rock and failure.
We prayed to the wrong god for the right reasons, and Monarchia paid the price for our mistake. But it is never too late to atone. We purged our homeworld of the old faith, and now you fear as we all fear. Kolkis prospered under the old ways and its legends, until we ravaged it in the name of a lie.
This is heresy.
Lorgar trembled, barely containing his emotion.
It is atonement, my son.
Ah,
We've been wrong for so long. We must purge the root of our errors. The source lies on Kolkis.
Enough.
The ash on Lorgar's cheeks was split by trailing tears.
Both of you. Leave me.
Erebus rose to obey, but Corferon rests his hand on the Primarch's shoulder once more.
I am disappointed in you, boy. To be so proud that you can't face up to failure and make amends.
Lorgar clenched his perfect teeth, saliva glistening on his lips.
You want to return to Kolkis, the cradle of our legion, and apologize for 2 million deaths, 6 years of war, and devoting an entire world to worshipping an unworthy god for almost a century.
Yes, because it is the mark of greatness to deal with one's mistakes. We will reforge Kolkis, as well as every world we have conquered since we first left our homeworld to join the Great Crusade.
And every world we take in the future must follow a new faith. Rather,
I like how they're still like both of these rats. They're like not like. They're not like saying like, oh yeah, like, you know, we were wrong, but we did it for the right reasons, but we were just wrong on who the god was. So we're going to keep the faith, right? But, you know, we just need to believe in something else. So we're not going to get rid of it. We're just going to shift our beliefs just a touch. You know what I mean? Like they're not admitting fault. They're just admitting like they because they knew the whole fucking time, right? Like, Erebus knew the whole time, like, chaos was the goal here, right? So, like, they're really just trying to break Lorgar down and get him to do anything, right? Just to, like, still feel like that he's doing the right thing. That's basically what it is, right? Like, he's just getting straight up duped here, like, 100%. All my homies raised Monarchia? Oh, God. We know the fire well. Yeah, so true. Was a test. Only the divine denies his divinity. So true. They're cooking Lorgar like a gourmet soup. Like, dude, straight up here. Like, that's exactly what this is. Like, they're just, again, ping-ponging him. Like, you know, like, where Erebus, like, can't get through to him, then his adoptive father will step in. And then where his adoptive father, you know, might need a little bit more support. Erebus, the statesman, will come in there and like add like a bunch of details. Oh yeah, we're gonna do all this, we're gonna do that. Oh, it's gonna be perfect, Lorgar. You're gonna see. We're gonna make complete atonement. And that's what this is. This is atonement, right? This isn't failure. We're just atoning for a mistake. That's all. You know? Fucked how they're justifying this, man.
Every world we take in the future must follow a new faith, rather than worship the Emperor.
There is no new faith.
No.
You both preach madness.
Truly.
You think my legion kneeling in the dust shames me? Then Monarchia was nothing compared to the rape of my own homeworld over a lie.
The truth cares nothing for what we wish, sire. The truth simply is.
You studied the old faith. You believed it yourself as a young seeker before your visions of the Emperor's arrival. You know the way to uncover whether it was a false faith or a pure one.
Lorgar wiped the drying silver tears from his face.
You want us to chase a myth across the stars.
His eyes flickered between them both, bright and focused.
Let us speak plainly now, more than ever before. You want us to embark upon a fool's odyssey through the galaxy in search of the very gods we've spent decades denying.
Lorgar laughed, the sound rich with disgust.
Yeah, that is pretty
I'm right,
fucked.
Aren't I? You want us to undertake the pilgrimage?
We are nothing without faith, sire.
Corferon
What?
pressed his palms together in prayer.
Humanity.
I like how they're not even attempting
must
to
have
like...
faith.
At this point, they're not even attempting to like pretend that that's anything other than what they want to do. Yeah, 100%. That's what we want to do, Lorgar. 100%. You just got to say yes. Once you say yes, we'll take care of the rest. Don't worry about it. Like, what the fuck? These guys are so like, they're just so like careless. Like, they're so brash. They're not even brash. Like, this is very smart what they're doing. The way they set this up, the way they like organized all this was very clever. You know, because like, again, Lorgar is just in like desperation right now. He's depressed. He's desperate. He's looking for any way that he can make what he's been doing for the last century not completely worthless at this point. And so like, yeah, like they again, I want to say it's manipulation, and like it is to a degree, but he's also just like, he knows it's heresy. Like, he's said it a few times. Like, he knows what they're talking about, and he knows it's fucking crazy. So it's just like, damn, like, you know, I wonder what pushes him to say yes here.
Prayer.
Humanity must have faith. Nothing unites mankind the way religion inspires.
I'm the only sane one.
No conflict rages as fiercely as a holy war. No warrior kills with the conviction of a crusader. Nothing in life breeds bonds and ambitions greater than the ties and dreams forged by faith. Religion brings hope, unification, law, and purpose, the foundations of civilization itself. Faith is nothing less than the pillar of a sentient species, raising it above the beast, the automaton, and the alien.
Erebus drew his gladius in smooth motion, reversing the grip and offering the sword to Lorgar.
Sire, if you have truly abandoned your beliefs, then take this blade and end my life now. If you believe there is no truth in the old ways, if you believe...
Like, what kind of
mankind
manipulation
will
tactic is
prosper
this?
without faith, then carve the two hearts from my chest. I have no wish to live if every principle guiding our legion lies broken at your feet.
Lorgar
Basically, like, Lorgar, if you're a little bitch, kill me. You know what I mean? Just do it. You know? Because I clearly mean nothing to you. You hate me, right? So just kill me. You know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of manipulation is this, dude? Like, this is some next level shit that they're pulling off here. Like, what the hell, dude? This is like some shit, you know, you expect like a fucking like a teenager to pull. Like, oh yeah, just finish me off then. You know, like, what the hell?
Guiding our legion lies
Do it.
broken at your feet.
Lorgar took the blade in a trembling hand, turning it this way and that. He stared at his candlelit reflection, a vision of gold.
Finished me off? Yeah, that's right. That's right.
My wisest and noblest son, my faith is wounded, but my beliefs remain. Rise from your knees. All is well.
The chaplain obeyed, stoic as ever, resuming his position across from Lorgar.
Interesting.
Erebus approaches Lorgar in his
Wow, we're actually getting a face cam moment here.
Faith
Wow.
is shattered, and he sees his opportunity to
Interesting.
replace it with the truth. Erebus has waited for this moment for so long.
Face reveal, yeah. Is that the first time ever that we've seen the Amberking's? Well, I know it's the first time I've seen the Amberking. Is this the first time he's ever done that in like one of his videos before? Interesting. Because like I didn't know this is what he looks like, but very, very interesting. I didn't know the Amberking actually showed his face off.
Truth. Erebus has waited for this moment.
He looks like like Timu Mr. Beast. Hold up. There's no way you just did him dirty like that, bro. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. What? No,
opportunity to replace it.
Not gonna comment on that.
Erebus has waited for this moment for so long that it's evident with him and Colferon.
Timu Mr. Beast is crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy.
The whole scheme relies upon this very moment, a chance to bring the first Primarch into the fold.
He knows I'm right.
Faith of chaos.
I'm not gonna say anything.
The way he presents his
gonna say anything.
manipulation speaks to how well he understands Lorgar and people in general. All I ever wanted was the truth. Lorgar's own words that show his vulnerability to what that perception of truth could be. Speak the truth, even if your voice shakes. Words Erebus quotes back to Lorgar as a way to call him out for when he wants to retreat away from exploring a new idea of faith. If you believe mankind will prosper without faith, then carve the two hearts from my chest. I have no wish to live if every principle guiding our legion lies broken at your feet. He threatens Lorgar with the loss of his own life to again put the fear of losing more after he has had so much taken from him.
Straight manipulation.
Part of Erebus' despise is that he has to rely on these Primarchs, but yet he thrives in deceiving Lorgar.
Literally.
He tends to be
because it's too easy.
Confidant when he is simply a tool, a means to an end, to the destiny of harmony with the Chaos Gods. Erebus feeds.
I will say it's very interesting too, like where a lot of Primarchs. So obviously the Emperor, for the majority of the Primarchs, sees them as tools, right? He sees them as an ends to a means, sure, in a sense, right? That's not to say he doesn't have relationships with them, but right, like they're a tool accomplishing a purpose, right? The Primarchs to the Astartes, same kind of thing, right? Or the Astartes to the Primarchs, same kind of thing, right? A tool accomplishing a purpose, right? But Erebus here, he's the one that's like straight up like doing that to a Primarch, you know what I mean? A Primarch is just a tool to him as an Astartes, which is, he's really flipping the script, like, you know, when it comes to that type of shit. Like, it's kind of interesting to think about, you know? Tzeentch oh my god, I just had a stroke. Tzeentch must love Erebus? Yeah, I assume so. Tzeentch is probably... This is probably, like, his number one boy, to be honest with you. I don't know if Erebus, like... Would it just be, like, Chaos Undivided that he subscribes to, I suppose? Or is it, like... Does he have, like, an actual, like, patron deity? You know what I'm saying? Not too sure.
To the destiny of harmony with the Chaos Gods. Erebus feeds Lorgar's ego as well, telling him that he essentially is correct.
The point Amberking missed, Erebus and Core also been setting up the warrior lodges in every legion they can. Oh, that's true too. So that was them as well. So they're straight up like going for the full like 9 yards of like rebellion here. Like this is totally their doing, like 100%. Wow. He served Chaos Undivided, but he's very deceptive. I got you. I got you. The Warrior Lodge is the near center of the Lunar Wolves Legion. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that was prominent in the Lunar Wolves, right? Like, and that's one of the reasons why they went heretic so quickly, right? Is because these like heretical ideas were able to spread at such a rate because everybody could just kind of speak their mind, right? Yeah, to know that they're the ones like that actually like put those into place is kind of crazy.
Erebus feeds Lorgar's ego as well, telling him that he essentially is correct in his behavior. He just needs to find something worthy of his worship. As if to be worshipped by the Lorgar, the Horizon, is a gift in itself. Erebus and Corferon encourage Lorgar to begin this pilgrimage, a path they know has been carefully built for Lorgar and his legion. The hand of destiny has finally guided a son of the Emperor toward the primordial truth. Erebus returns to his Primarch's side. Years have passed since Lorgar, Argyltal and the Serrated Sun chapter have set off to the stars, approaching worlds distant to Terra, and far beyond the current borders of the Imperium. A pilgrimage to a planet near the coined Great Rift, one that would be called Cadia in a future to come. Lorgar and his sons begin to unravel the pieces, even venturing into the warp itself, the primordial truth. On worlds that have no connection to each other, they speak of 4 vital pieces to life, an underlying logic, a truth that cannot be denied. Many names his collections of raw sentient power were called: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle and Slaanesh. To deny their existence was heresy, and if humanity was to survive, to ascend and become immortal it had to evolve. Xenos, war, disease and time. All these things would destroy humanity in the end. A path to save the species in a blessed union. The difference between gods and demons depends largely upon where one stands at the time.
Now, obviously, I know they had like custody elements with them at this point. Not like a ton, but they obviously had some with them. Lorgar just like fucking dipping out to like the edge of the galaxy, out to this little backwater planet known as Cadia, right beside the Eye of Terror, what would eventually become known as the Eye of Terror. Was this not suspicious at all to them? Like, again, I talked about this last time, but was this not suspect at all? Like, I guess, like, obviously the communications were, like, being, you know, like, tampered with. But, like, goddamn, dude, I just feel like given what just happened to this guy and, like, given what he believes, I don't know. Suspicious to who? Well, like, again, like, to the custodies present, you know, to, like, I guess the Emperor wouldn't be paying attention, but by, like, definition, like, any of the Primarchs, like, because he's just kind of, like, fucked off for a few years and has done his own thing, you know what I mean? Like this isn't, like, a couple weeks I'm out of commission. Like, this is, like, years he's dipping out, like, you know, without any sort of word why he's doing it, you know? It was very suspicious, but good luck getting word out. That's fair. That's fair. Perturabo called it the Eye of Terror, as he can see it regardless on where he is from. Yeah, he always could see it, right? Yeah, I do recall that. The Word Bearers have become the second largest and fastest conquerors of worlds after Monarchia. Oh, really? So they're still making good work. So as long as they keep the numbers up, then they're good to go. You know what I mean? He was doing his job now, so Big E let him get on with it. I got you. But even just to think, like, you know, that they were just going to take that and, like, you know, not hold any, like, miscontempt or anything like that. Like, I you know, as the Emperor, I could see, like, the Word Bearers being very salty for their planet just getting torched like that. You know what I mean? I guess it's, like, in his mind, like, what the hell are they going to do about it, right? But, like, I don't know.
And demons depends largely upon where one stands at the time. Lorgar had been brought into the fold of the primordial truth. Gone was the grey of old, as a crimson sheen now donned the plate of the word bearers. A renewal to the ideals of the imperial truth, and Grey Crusade in the Imperium's eyes. A dedication to their new masters, and the truth beneath. Erebus and the chaplains began to spread the new faith amongst the ranks in the coming decades. There was some resistance, with certain individuals.
Oh yeah,
Erebus
like who?
enacted a soft purge of those who rejected the Enlightenment.
A soft
Until
purge?
finally the Legion was pure, and
If I might ask, what's the definition of like a soft purge? Like a quieter one? Like it's not obvious? You know what I mean? Like as in like, I don't know, like, oh, well, there's a battle going on. We'll send them forward first with like nothing but like their fists. You know what I'm saying? Like just human wave them and just, you know, no weapons though. We don't have munitions, sadly. Make do. Is that what he means by like a soft purge? Like they're the most loyal legion, but again, Big E overlooked who they were most loyal to. Lorgar or Big E. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Because I guess like from the Emperor's perspective, he's probably just like, well, the Legion will be loyal to me. They're supposed to be loyal to, you know, obviously the Primarch, but the Primarch's loyal to me. Therefore, by definition, the Astartes will probably also be loyal to me, where that's just not the case. That ended up happening in a lot of these legions, you know? Killing them behind the scenes in small numbers. A big one is on Isfan. I gotcha. Okay. Hey, Gallo, how you doing?
who rejected the Enlightenment, until finally the Legion was pure and accepted the primordial truth. Even Erebus was
Bird talk, oh god.
The Legion took to this new faith. Was there a void since Monarchia?
Again, I'm just saying, we got bird feeders in the backyard. Listen, I got that, you know, my Osmo Action 4. So like, listen, I actually figured out I can live stream from that camera, very easily actually, just with my phone, right? So you link your phone to the camera and then you can live stream from your phone using the camera, which is pretty sick. So I could actually theoretically do it. I'm just saying, you might get some bird streams, you know, don't, careful what you ask for. I'll take your bird feed, I'm hungry. Oh god. Yeah, chicken, I bet you would, yeah.
New faith. Was there a void?
Show us your bird,
Monarchia?
yikes.
Or was it in
Listen,
their
you'd have to
follow
pay me a
Lorgar's
lot
soul?
more, you know.
But one legion was not enough to bring down the empire of the anathema. Others had to be shown enlightenment, or at least
Bad day, but here to tell you when someone gets the lore wrong. Thank you, Gallo. I appreciate that.
Gods. The foundation would be built within the legions, just as it had been within the 17th. Erebus found many allies, such as Typhon of the Death Guard, even Luther of the Dark Angels, the Warrior Lodges, a secret society to allow...
Shaft reveal at 2k subs? Bro, it would have to be like a shaft reveal at like, listen. It'd have to be at least like 100, maybe 500,000, you know what I'm saying? 500, listen, if I get to 100,000, listen, I could probably be sustainable, you know, at that point. So at that point, listen, you guys deserve the dick. It's as plain and simple as that, you know? That's what it's about, right?
The Warrior Lodges, a secret society to allow legionaries to converse without the burden of rank. Equal
when are you doing the
share
live
in
painting?
brotherhood.
Soon. Again, I need to organize that. I really do need to organize that.
Away from the Emperor's vision and orders.
I've been dropping the ball on that one, to be fair.
The respected Erebus would visit, sowing the seeds.
Centurion OnlyFans when yikes.
Warrior lodges would come up, most underground, yet some were accepted in the open.
Watch, I make my own OnlyFans, and you degenerates would have me making more on that than on YouTube. Like in the first week, I'd be fucking loaded. Like holy shit. Yikes. Oops. Big things coming, so true. The shaft should be a broom handle. I mean, it basically is already. What are you talking about? I mean,
most underground, yet some were accepted in the open, such as within the Emperor's children. But there was one target that the gods finally showed Erebus was his fate, the greatest and most beloved of all the Emperor's sons, the champion that would lead the forces of chaos to the very gates of terror. Horus Lupercal.
Oh
To the
no.
world of Davin, Erebus ventured. All he could see was a second Colchis, its ochre plains wrapped around a swollen equatorial
Surely he
zone,
wouldn't manipulate
and squeezing out
Horus,
all
right?
other terrain. A world populated by a human population
Horus
that
is
should have been wiped out due to their mutations in the
pure.
ideals of the Great Crusade, but that had been allowed to live as a subversion for their task ahead and the true masters they served. To a broken red brick temple, Erebus saw the Davenite priestess Ashub. This was not the one from his dreams, yet, but it would be rebuilt. Here is where the axis of the universe would change. Here is where Horus would fall. In a primitive cave painting, Erebus saw a blade, one unlike anything made by human hands. It was his to find, the disgusting hunched witch Akshub said, if he was worthy. Of course he was.
Dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider unnatural. True.
Nearly 5 decades
So true.
since Lorgar's pilgrimage, and the conversion of the Legion had passed. The Imperium had changed with the great triumph at Ulanor. The Emperor had returned to Terra for a secret project, and a War Master had been chosen in his place to lead the Great Crusade. War Master Horus. In the short time after the ascension of Horus, Erebus would journey to the War Master's expeditionary fleet. Though more statesman than warrior, he had earned the respect of the Lunar Wolves.
I like how the instant, again, he sees an in, like, oh yeah, like, you know, the Emperor actually is taking a step back from the Crusade. He's actually going to enact Horus. Well, shit, dog. We've been running manipulation acts on Horus's Legion for the better part of a century at this point. Shit, dog. I could just go there and talk to him, work some stuff out, you know, let him in on a little bit of knowledge, you know. Horus will be right up our alley. Also, I gotta say, like, this picture is so iconic. Like, he does look like a badass. I do wish Horus, like, it would be cool to see him, like, as a loyalist in a sense, because he does look like a pretty, like, decent guy. And, like, again, we haven't even watched the Horus video yet. I don't know much about, like, him as a person at all, you know. So, like, because you obviously hear a lot about him, you hear a lot about his deeds, let's say, but yeah, I don't actually know much about him as, like, a character, you know. So we do have to check out that Horus video some point. To be honest, getting into Warhammer 40k lore is hard. As a hobby, it's very hard. It's a lot of reading and finding sources. Even the more accurate videos will only leave a brief or complete history. That's very true. Yeah, like, I feel like Warhammer in general, yeah, in terms of a hobby, you gotta, it's definitely not for everyone, is what I will say, because yeah, as you say, like, there is a lot of reading. There's a lot of, like, background knowledge, I suppose. And now the background knowledge isn't really necessary, but to get a complete picture, it absolutely is, in a sense, right? Because a lot of stuff is very, very nuanced, especially in 40k. So it's like, you can form an opinion on something, sure, but until you look at, like, 3 or 4 different sources, videos from it, to try to gain, like, more perspective, either from different characters present or just from a different narrator standpoint, it's really hard to get, like, a complete picture on a lot of these stories. And I think that's why you, like, hear different instances repeated a lot, but it's like, it's not repeated, it's just, like, told in a different way, you know, told in a way that could potentially give light on it in a different aspect, you know. I think that's really, really interesting. But again, it's not for everyone, that's for sure. Yeah. 40k lore is like oceans. Yeah. Oh, it goes deep. Yeah, definitely. That's the thing too. And you have to be patient with it too. That's the thing as well, right? Like, it's not, 40k isn't really something where it's like you can jump into it and you can get, like, a quick answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not really a quick answer in 40k. It's like, well, this answer could lead into that answer, which could loop back around to the reason why that happened is because of this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much nuance and so much, like, roundaboutness, I guess, to it, right? Where it's like, you really need to be patient with it. And if you're not a patient person, it's, I could see it being hard to, like, to get into it proper, you know? I'm supposed to be asleep right now, but I'm just so flipping bored I can't. Got any advice for me? Well, I mean, shit, dog. Listen, when I'm tired, very tired and I want to sleep, I usually just pop melatonin. That's what I do. That usually makes me pass the fuck out. But then I have problems waking up. If I take melatonin, I haven't taken melatonin in quite a while now, to be honest with you. But if I take that shit, bro, I can't wake up. Like, easily. I wake up and I just feel like groggy as hell. I'm like, oh, God.
Statesman then warrior, he had earned the respect.
Beat your meat, true. True.
Immediately, Erebus had sensed the stress this new role was burdening Horus with, and had pushed aside his own Legion task to simply aid and counsel Horus, a move that brought favor with the Legion.
Yeah, true. I don't know what's legal where you are, of course, but and I'm not condoning this if it's not legal. But also, yeah, you could go hit a fat bull or two. You know what I'm saying? That might knock you out. You know, accelerate the heartbeat a little bit, but you know, you do that. You go upstairs, you brush your teeth, you lay in bed, man. You'll probably be zonked right out. You know.
Aid and counsel Horus, a move that brought favor.
Will we get the Killdozer? Yeah, if you guys want it, absolutely.
Little Horus and others embraced their longtime ally, one they had served with many times. He ate and drank with Horus's closest, the Mournival, even going rounds in the practice cages. With Lucius of the Emperor's Children, the first chaplain dueled for 16 minutes straight, the longest duel the others had ever witnessed. Unrelenting attacks against Erebus's impregnable defense, his style slippery and twisting.
Killdozer, let's go.
True heart within.
Yeah, again, if you guys like the Popomedic stuff, yeah, absolutely, we can do more of that. I think I've seen the Popomedic Killdozer video before. It's been years though since I've seen it. I used to watch Popomedic quite a bit back in the day, but I haven't seen his channel, any of his new videos, probably for like the last year and a half. That's why, like, when we checked out that Popomedic video we checked out yesterday, the one on the South African armored car there. That was new to me. Like, I was looking at his recent videos. I didn't realize he uploaded so much because, like, goddamn, I haven't seen like the last 10-15 videos uploaded by Popomedic. And I used to love his content. Like, I still do love his content. He makes fantastic content. I just haven't checked it out in a long time. Killdozer video by the Fat Electrician. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. I haven't seen that. Check that one out for sure. Favorite Popomedic video? Yeah, for sure. Again, if you guys like it, I know a lot of you guys are here only for the 40K stuff, which is fine. That's absolutely fine. But I always maintained on my channel, right? 40K is not going to be, of course, the only type of content we check out on the channel. I do find a lot of different stuff interesting, you know, and obviously like maritime stuff too. I uploaded a video on that recently too. Maritime history, man. I'm a super nerd for that shit. I just find that time period so interesting. Clipper convoys all the way up to like the Age of Steam and beyond, right? I just, you know, maritime history in general, age of history on the seas, just, you know, even the Renaissance era, like early discovery periods. It's just such an interesting time period to me.
Style slippery and twisting, reflecting of the true heart within. The Interrex, an advanced human civilization, the problem that occupied the War Master's mind. Above the outpost worlds of this great civilization, the War Master pondered, taking the counsel of his Mournival, his brother Sanguinius, and his chosen blood angels, and
come to the Maritimes. You know, me and what was it? Me and Tent were actually we had this. We haven't like planned it or anything like that, but we've been throwing around the idea of doing like a hiking trip over in New Brunswick at some point. To be honest with you. Like along the coast of New Brunswick or maybe PEI, not too sure yet, you know. You know, I know he's got some family out there out that way, so see them do a hike along the coast, be a pretty good time. Come see you? Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Check out a video on World War II veteran Jake McNasty. I've heard of McNasty. McNasty's a fucking god, man. Do the Arcadian Peninsula? True. Yeah, man, I love going on camping trips. I love going on hiking trips. So, you know, I definitely, we were trying to plan a few of those for the summer, the spring here. Trying to get some of those in the works. But yeah, I do plan on, because I bought that camera, right? I do plan on recording quite a bit while we're out there. So it should be a good time. I'll be the French translator. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I can't speak a lick of French, so we definitely would need that for sure. Uh-oh. Alarm's going off. 2 seconds. Oh. 7:50 alarm.
Gwinius and his chosen blood angels and Erebus. They should be considered Erebus voiced, despite Xenos and their ideal that did not quite meld with Imperial society. Many such as Abaddon voiced the need to destroy them, but Horus was tired of not being more than a conqueror. He needed to show what kind of war master he would be. To the planet Horus, the Mournival, Sanguinius and Erebus journeyed, traveling through the cradle of a society that even now is beyond our understanding. As the negotiations began, the Imperials were shown the wonders of the Interrex, their art, their history and culture, and then he saw it. Just as it had been on the primitive paintings, the blade, the anathema blade. Erebus's heart leapt as he saw confirmation that he was the chosen hand of the gods, the blade that would begin it all. The protection of the guests would end in disaster as Erebus broke into the Interrex Museum, ripping the ancient weapon from its stand. Immediately the Interrex city exploded into violence, as the confused Imperials were attacked by the Interrex, believing them to be servants of this so-called chaos. An enemy that they had been warned would come in the guise of a friend.
Isn't that crazy? So this entire negotiation went tits up because Erebus went into their fucking museum and took that sword. Which from their perspective, yeah, why wouldn't they open fire immediately? You're all claiming to be part of the same faction, right? You're all claiming to be part of the same Imperium. Maybe you're wearing different armor, but it's a chaos artifact. Yeah, I know it's a chaos artifact. But the Interrex at this point, right? They don't worship chaos. They're actually pretty from how I understand it, they're actually pretty attuned to counter chaos, right? Their society has evolved pretty decently given the fact that chaos exists. They found ways around it, right? I could be wrong, but I didn't think they were outwardly influenced by them. But the fact that again, Erebus is going to go steal this, yeah, they're all going to be branded an enemy because of that. They know about it but hate it. Yeah, exactly. They're not friends of chaos. In fact, they've outwardly, I think, tried to what's the word, fend off chaos for most of their history, and have done so successfully.
An enemy that they had been warned would come in the guise
I think it had the Godblight on it. Yeah, I think you're right.
Gripped Horus in the wake of this failure. The Imperium and Interrex were now in open war. A war this jewel of a civilization would never survive. Davin, a personal request came from the High Chaplain Erebus that came months after the death of the Interrex. Into the court of the War Master Erebus strode, the thousands of Hastatis, remembrances and Imperial army, all dressed in finery and polished plate looking upon the High Chaplain. War Master, spoke Erebus softly, his voice a tone of velvet despite his breach of etiquette. The ever-charming Horus, beloved by all, looked upon the chaplain with a thunderous expression that only a few had the nerve to resist. Davin isn't compliant. Your once trusted comrade and Imperial Governor, Eugen Tember, has betrayed the Imperium and rebelled. The fury and heartbreak on Horus's face was evident. The very failure of Tember reflected upon the one who had placed him there on Davin, Horus. The anger surging through Horus burst as he declared a reckoning that he would personally lead towards the traitor. It was almost too easy, Erebus thought, to rile up the victim for a trap.
Literally.
To tap into that ego Horus hid so well.
All he had to do there was say, hey, he's a traitor. I'm so fucking angry. Let's go kill him. We need a reckoning. Oh, Erebus is just sitting there you fucking idiot. Just smirking, smiling, shaking his head in complete utter disbelief that Horus would be so gullible. I don't know how he just keeps getting away with it. It's these fuckers just can't conceive, right? That one of their own would lie. And I that's fair. Why would they, right? But they can't conceive that one of their own would possibly have like any like ill intent, you know? And it's just like, fuck. Like, yeah, hindsight's a bitch, I get that, but damn, dude, damn. It's sad to see. It's sad to see. I think they got taught about chaos partly from the Elder. Super advanced, enlightened people with Xenos allies. Yeah, I do actually recall that, yeah. Yeah, the Interrex were actually really cracked as a civilization. Yeah, we, excuse me, the recent Emperor of Man Part 5 video, Luton talked about them quite a bit, the Interrex, as like a subtopic there. And I thought it was very, very interesting learning about them because, like, yeah, they seem like a very, very viable civilization, even an alternative to the Imperium if they had a little bit more time, potentially. Which is very, very cool because, like, you know, you wouldn't think there would be any other human alternative besides the Imperium, but there clearly was, you know?
Him for a trap. To tap into that.
Hey Troy, how you doing?
Horus hid so well. The forces of Horus and the 16th Legion were preparing when Garviel Loken of the Mournival approached Erebus. Erebus asked him to call him just Erebus. No titles. They were all friends here. The questions from Loken started to grate at Erebus. Questions of the warp, of matters esoteric, of things that lurk in its depths, of chaos. Erebus hesitated. Loken spoke the words he had heard from the Interrex before they had turned upon them. Erebus lied to Loken's face. The warp is nothing but twisting energies. The tale of gods were outrageous. The Interrex lied. Like
all my homies remember the Interrex, true.
Loken left, but Erebus was unnerved by the fact that he saw Loken did not quite believe him. He would have to be dealt with.
One of many times you shall cry that, true.
The eye could see. An amber clung to the ground, obscuring long.
Can't keep getting away with this.
The Thunderhawks and transports dropped from the expeditionary fleet, as Horus, the 16th and contingents from the 17th made planetfall. Into the swamp-infested mire the Imperial forces made their way, towards the ruins that was once Tember's ship, crashed and half buried in the mud. A foul energy, almost miasmic, evaporated off the rotten ground and rusted structures. Shapes suddenly burst from the marsh grounds, as the reanimated corpses of the once Imperial Planetary Governor forces leapt upon the Hastatis. Even Erebus cut down these plagued corpses, hearing the very chant of the planet itself in his ear, exalting Nurgle. By the War Master's side, Erebus clung until their contingent entered the rotting ship.
So, I hope Horus at this point can recognize, like, hey, maybe your boy didn't rebel. Like, given the circumstance, like, everything's a fucking ruin and there's zombies attacking you. Like, I'd hope he'd be able to be like, okay, maybe this isn't right. Like, you know, maybe this isn't exactly what happened at this point. Like, maybe not, though. Again, the gullibility of the Primarchs, to a degree, man, seems unmatched. I'll be real. Otherwise, Erebus is the goat, except I can't forgive this. Oh, like, fucking up the Interrex? Yeah. I don't know, man. I can respect his motivation of, listen, bro, I'm just in it for myself. I don't give a shit. I want money, bitches, and respect. And I don't want to have to do anything for it. I can respect his honesty, okay? I can respect that. That being said, he's still an asshole. Like, he still does a lot of asshole stuff, for sure. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's not a good guy by any stretch of the imagination. Erebus has never done anything wrong? Oh, yikes.
By the War Master's side, Erebus clung until their contingent entered the rotting ship. Loken, that thorn in his side, counseled caution, until Erebus again pushed Horus. Hember was inside, his once friend, the one who had betrayed him. The War Master could not be stopped, and marched forward to meet his destiny. The Imperial forces held bated breath, until finally Horus emerged from the ruins. Eugen Tember was dead, but on the War Master's arm lay a wound that would not clot, until finally the great Horus Lupercal, beloved by all, collapsed. He had been wounded by a blade that was not human, one embedded with a poison so volatile, it was as if it had been designed to kill specifically Horus on a molecular level.
Wow.
A blade only Erebus knew.
Who could have planned
the
this?
Anathane blade. One that Erebus personally had given to Temper in the wake of the Interrex War. Erebus couldn't help but relish this moment, but he yet felt anxious for all the pieces to fall into place. To the warrior lodge, Erebus met with Abaddon, Little Horus, and many other members of the 16th Legion. The expedition held bated breath, as the apothecaries were powerless to heal Horus. The beloved War Master would die here, and they were all desperate as the hours rolled on. The Primarch's condition was getting worse, but there was hope. On the moon of Davin, Erebus spoke, of the Serpent Lodge Temple, a place of healing by esoteric means, a suggestion that spat in the face of the Imperial truth. But the desperation was too great. Warriors that had fought for centuries, battled upon thousands of worlds and have faced the worst the galaxy had to offer, wept at the thought of a universe without Horus. Flaming braziers and coiled serpent statues lined the entrance. Great monolithic doors carved with the imagery of myth and
Father, your Warhammer will be mine.
Them the wounded body of Horus.
So true.
Erebus had convinced the warrior lodge to take Horus in a last desperate attempt at healing the War Master. The air was cold in the inner chamber.
So I wonder if, like, Horus during this time period, right, like, noticed anything suspicious. Like, I'd assume that he saw that blade, right? Like, I would have assumed, like, you know, the Interrex would have been like, hey, take a look at this fucking chaos sword that we have, right? And then Erebus, like, you know, fucking essentially cooms his pants and then, like, you know, steals it, right? In that order. But, like, you'd think that he would, like, know what it is, right? And, like, I wonder if, like, during that battle, like, he almost put two and two together and was like, wait a second. Like, wasn't that, you know, the same blade that the Interrex had? Like, what the hell is going on here? You think he would have... He suspects nothing? Really? He doesn't suspect a single thing. He's just, you know... So far, he's just, like, still on the idea, like, oh, yeah, this dude's just a rebel. That's all that happened here. Like, this is just simple rebellion. Zombies, rebellion. Like, you know what I mean? You're telling me he doesn't expect anything? Nothing at all?
At healing the War Master. The air was cold in the inner chamber. Erebus's breath like mist as the War Master's body sat.
Horus misses the blade totally.
Dagenhart cultist.
It's Loken who finds the blade and puts two and two together. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. He doesn't even notice. Wow.
The air was
maybe Horus isn't as smart as we give him credit for.
Erebus's breath like mist as the War Master's body sat surrounded by the strange Dagenhart cultists. An 8-pointed star was carved, and sacrificial corpses lay astrewn the chamber. It had all come to this, from the sands of Colchis to this red-bricked temple. A plan centuries in the making, a point from which fate would flux. Akshub, the vile witch, passed Erebus a beating heart, an offering he consumed in reverence to the blessings of the Pantheon. Akshub told Erebus he was ready except for one last thing. He needed to die. The Dagenhart priestess slashed his throat, his soul roaring out of his body into the warp. Erebus awoke, lying down in a body of water. Hands lifted him up as he reached for his throat. Hasta Sejanus? Asked Horus Lupercal. A meadow vista around a lake surrounded Erebus. He looked into the water.
So Erebus just got his throat slit right there.
Hasta Sejanus, former member of the Lunar Wolves and Mournival, friend of Horus Lupercal. The manipulation began immediately as a pseudo-Sejanus embraced Horus, declaring that it was good to see his friend once more. Erebus spoke the words through lips that weren't his own. Of how he had died, but was thankful for it, for having been exposed to the truth of the universe.
Interesting.
His soul had been cast aloft in the void.
Fucking rat behavior, dude.
Back to help him, Horus. The puzzlement on Horus's face was evident. Despite the joy he felt for seeing his favored son, he hesitated, because of the words spoken by Sejanus. What they were seeing wasn't real. They didn't have long. Horus was dying. His body was upon Davin's moon, and they had sent Sejanus to save him. The great intelligences of the war.
Interesting.
More words spilled from Sejanus. Flattery and pleads for Horus to become a savior. A plea to save his own life through truth. The great Lrmeka was flattered, but still...
It's the part of the ritual the priestess never told Erebus about? Yeah, I can imagine why.
Sejanus begged Horus to follow him. Towering genius disdains the beaten path. It seeks region hitherto unexplored. Quoting his own words back to the War Master Horus, they began to move. Horus and Sejanus found themselves upon a marbled plaza. A mass of humanity marching in procession to golden eagles. Vulgar religious devotion, shrines and effigies. Gleaming white marble statues lined a central figure Horus barely recognized. The Emperor? Depiction was so inaccurate it offended Horus. Horus spoke to Sejanus, asking where this was. But it wasn't a matter of where, but when. This was the future. Statues of the Primarchs, Sanguinius, Dawn, Russ, Gilliman, all crafted in caricature of the original, were worshipped by pilgrims.
So this is actually just Erebus doing this shit the entire fucking time. So like this entire vision is just a sham then, like 100%. Like, cause like I'm like, I was always under the impression like half truths, whatever have you, right? But like the Emperor did just shut that shit down with Lorgar. So this almost just seems like Lorgar's wet dream. Like this interpretation of the Imperium. Like this is what, like in his mind, what they were going for in a sense. Not the Primarchs being embodied, but the Emperor, absolutely. But obviously Erebus, you know, didn't really give a shit one way or the other. He's just there to, you know, watch the world burn, basically, watch the galaxy burn. He obviously wants the power and the status 100%. So this is almost like an interpretation on like what he wants almost. It's weird. Look at the future, Horus. Well, the future if you rebel. Yeah, like literally. Like, I guess it is a half truth because like this is again, like eventually what it does become. But at this point in time, like, yeah, no, like, you know what I mean? Like there's no fucking way. Like, you know, like total manipulation here. Yeah.
All crafted in caricature of the original, were worshipped by pilgrims. This is the Imperium that will come to pass. The Emperor has the gift of foresight and has seen this future time. A time where the old faiths have been destroyed so that his cult could supplant them all. Sejanus told Horus. Horus rejected it. The Emperor was to free humanity from the shackles of religion. Where am I? Asked Horus. He was nowhere, Sejanus replied. Lost to history, another tool to be discarded as the Emperor built his ascension to godhood. It was the vanity, the ego, the great Horus Lrmeka, chosen of the Emperor who was not lauded, that struck the core. All that blood, all those wars meant nothing to him, the Emperor. This supposed God Emperor. A grim dark future stared back at Horus. One shown to the first chaplain long ago in the sands of Colchis. Horus wanted to turn away, to run, but he had come this far. He looked upon a reptilian smile upon Sejanus' face, while the other thought hidden as they moved through the next vista. Terror, cylindrical glass tanks and the Emperor's gene vaults. Chthoniya, the homeworld of Horus before the Emperor. Sejanus pounded Horus with unrelenting truths that threatened to crack his heart. The Emperor plans to abandon you. You were created from the Emperor and the Warp. You are both their children, the gods of the Warp, one whose realm is being destroyed by the Emperor. They commanded the secrets of life and death, experience, change, war and decay.
Pounded Horus, yeah.
Weak.
That's right.
But you, Horus, have the strength to use the power of the warp correctly. You must save humanity.
Oh, you'll be
from
different,
the
Horus.
Empire.
Yeah. You're the
Magnus
chosen
Great,
one,
The
Horus.
Sorcerer King and brother to Horus apparated in front of them, one who had stalked their journey, casting aside the illusion of Hastati Janus, revealing the true face beneath. Erebus. Erebus pleaded with the War Master. Yes, he had tricked him.
Like-
but it was the only way to ease his passage into the truth.
Like, look at that. Magnus is just like, bro, like, Horus, don't listen to this shit. Like, can you imagine, like, Magnus just fucking peers and he's like, bro, Horus, like, that's not your boy. Like, that is fucking very clearly Erebus. And even after he reveals him as such, Erebus is like, oh, like, I had to do it. You know, it's the only way you'd understand, Horus. And what, Horus is just gonna, like, buy this shit? You can't be for real right now, man. What?
He had tricked him. But it was the
Magnus
only
out
way
there
to
getting
ease
another
his
W,
passage
though. I'm just
into the
saying, like,
truth.
Jesus.
Lorgar has already embraced the gods, and his power has grown tenfold, become the new master of man.
Well, I don't know about that.
Erebus and Magnus traded barbs, and pleased for Horus to listen until finally the War Master silenced them. I am Horus, and I make my own fate. On Davin, the crowds of thousands stood in vigil outside the gates of the Serpent Temple, had held bated breath, until finally the enormous doors opened. The War Master strode out, alive and in his prime. Lupercal, 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 they cried, all the while
Rare Magnus
Erebus
win.
awoke, a serpent's grin dawning across his face.
I don't know, man. See, like, I like Magnus a lot. Like, because he genuinely fucking tried. Like, he really did do, like, yeah, he was an arrogant prick at times, but he genuinely was trying to, like, help, you know, with everything that he did. He did not do it with, like, ill intent towards the Imperium for the most part. Like, he did it purely out of, like, holy shit, like, like, I'm simply just trying to warn. I'm simply trying to notify. I'm simply trying to, like, you know, find out what the fuck is going on. And, like, yeah, again, he was arrogant and he totally let himself be manipulated also. But, like, again, at this point, he's thinking that, like, Erebus is behind it. He's thinking the word bearers are potentially behind it. You know, like, he doesn't really know the true extent. Like, and maybe he does, but not, like, well, he doesn't really at this point, does he? He knows that there's entities in the warp, but he just thinks that, like, they will serve him, not he will ever have to serve them, kind of thing, right? Like, he's very arrogant about it. He's got that, like, chip on his shoulder kind of thing, right? Horus was corrupted by his pride, ambition, and arrogance. Yeah, true. Because, again, he saw himself... I think it was less, like, as the Amberking said here, I think it was less the fact that, like, everybody, like, the Primarchs, the Emperor, were being, like, embodied as gods. It was less the fact of that. It was more the fact that he wasn't there. Like, there was no statue of him to commemorate what he did, right? Or his legion did. I think that's what perturbed him the most. That's what, like, got to him, you know? At the end.
Across his face.
Then what protects us? Why was I not devoured when you sent me that way before?
You think perhaps your pretty inks, your special words, or do you think yourself favored, hand of destiny?
She turned back to him, almost angry.
No, none of these things, Lord Erebus. Not one will protect you. We are protected because we do the work of the gods, and because of our devotion. Our ambition, our will, our determination, these things are pleasing to them. That is why you passed freely before.
Will I be able to do so again?
I know what you and the Golden One intend to do. I have foreseen that you will attempt to cool down the ruin storm upon the galaxy and stir the oceans of time into a tempest. This is why you are here, not only to pass the veil that divides. You will gather your ships about you and sail unhindered whilst others founder. That is what you seek to learn.
She sniffed and muttered to herself.
Mighty sorcery indeed. Will I succeed?
Her grass stalks scratched the dust, writing things only she could see.
We shall see. We shall see.
In the ruins of an old temple in the foothills, tended by grim-faced sentinels.
Why did that start?
Akshab began
Holy
to
shit.
teach him the way to open
Oh my
the skin
god.
of reality.
Scared me.
Erebus's first attempts were clumsy and humiliating. He would pass Akshab's knife through the air as instructed.
Hey Mitch, how you doing?
Rarely causing the tear he required. And then it would be too small or too short. Many temple slaves were violated in
Like, I don't know, I had an alarm going off. I fucking turned off the alarm, and then like 2 seconds later that starts up. I'm like, the alarm was off. Why did that just start playing? What the fuck? Jesus. I'm awake now? Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. No, that scared the shit out of me. That actually got my heart pumping. I was not expecting that, bro. What the fuck?
Part of the ritual.
You must concentrate. Learn. Watch.
She took back her knife. She muttered her words, and slid it along an angle that earthly dimensions could not describe. A crack of light split the air. With a feral smile, Akshab disappeared. Erebus noted again that she needed no sacrifice to open the way, and for a moment his resolve wavered. Patience, he told himself. She returned as she always did, bringing with her yet another entranced victim for Erebus to bleed for the glory of the gods.
Oh, great.
And then he would try again. At night, Akshab kept him awake, forcing him to meditate to clear his mind and safeguard his soul. She armored his spirit with incantations, but the lack of sleep began to take its toll. The genetic gifts of the Legiones Astartes notwithstanding, the pile of glassy-eyed slave heads that she was making on the far side of the temple, the mark for his re-entry into the material realm, grew steadily.
Interesting.
Then, on the 64th day, he succeeded.
So he's still dead right now. He's just in like the immaterium, and he's just like, he's literally conducting like what human sacrifices here to try to like get back a physical form. Is that it? So like, who's this like priestess or like that's helping him do this? Is this just like an agent of chaos? Erebus is alive here, is he? Okay, okay. Who is this priestess that's with him? Is it a priestess? I know it looks like a dude here, but I think it was described in the subtitles as like a her. I'm not too sure though. Who exactly is this? She's the chick from Davin? Oh, okay, okay. Same chick? Okay.
Steadily. Then, on the 64th day, he succeeded. He made the pass with the knife, weary beyond telling. He was drained by endless repetition of the spell, annoyed to the breaking point by Akshab's insults. He felt dull inside, the words tumbling from his lips without conscious thought.
Yes! Yes! The way! It is open!
Oh my god.
Now go! Shield your mind.
Yes,
Remember
yes!
all I have told you.
He lifted his eyes.
Holy shit.
And stepped through without hesitation.
Why did that just sound like a Skaven? Like, right there for a second there, like, holy shit.
What did he feel? Tumbling. Things plucking at him. Great, unwavering power. To see into the warp with one's own mind was one thing, but to be physically in it, he could never have put it into words. Few could. For to enter that realm was death to any soul.
Least annoying Skaven voice?
He
Yeah,
felt where he
definitely.
should exit with sense that he did not know he possessed.
It wasn't full Skaven, but it was
He tumbled to
bordering,
the
you know?
ground, only a couple of meters short from the pile of mouldering heads. Akshab sat down beside him as he lay, heaving. She looked him up and down, then stretched out her hand and closed her eyes. She spoke a spell of divination under her breath. Her mind probed at his.
Take that back or else.
Her eyes snapped open again.
It is you. Nothing rides your body.
Erebus pulled himself from
Whoa,
the floor,
pause.
exhausted.
Now rest.
Rides
Akshab
your
said
body.
with the slightest hint of pride in her voice.
Tomorrow you shall do it again.
His
Do it
trips
again.
grew longer.
Pause.
First outside the ruins, then onto the plains, then later into the settlements further away. Erebus stalked the dusty streets by night. He was not out of place in the larger settlements. for the word-bearers had a presence here. Although when he caught sight of his legionary brothers, he would duck quickly out of view. He struggled to maintain his composure. Such was his sense of triumph that he would gladly shout it to the heavens. He started to bring his own victims back to the lair. The place became fetid, buzzing with blowflies and rank with the stench of old blood. For the shorter trips, however, he no longer needed to kill. He plotted longer and longer journeys, at first only in short steps, until he could circle the entire planet in one single night. Akshub's short-lived pride in her teaching grew into wariness as his competency increased. She kept her distance and became almost entirely passive. She barely spoke to him, spending long periods seemingly in a trance, but did nothing to disrupt his learning. Then
Interesting.
he dared the moon. He stood in his daylight swamps, gazing up in amazement at Davin's night side where he had once been only seconds before. No matter how far he went, the time he felt within the warp varied little. The same sensations of power and fear, the struggle to keep his mind blank of all but his destination.
So I'm assuming, like, after a certain point here, she is definitely starting to fear Erebus, right? And becoming, like, a stronger entity than she is, right? Like, he's picking it up very quickly. He's obviously a space marine. You know, and he's Erebus. He's very ambitious. He's very conniving, and he's willing to do fucking just about anything it takes to gain ultimate power, as it were, right? So, yeah, I imagine, like, at a certain point, she's gonna start, like, distancing herself. Like, listen, you got it. Do your thing over there. I'm gonna do my thing. Don't fucking like, please, for the love of God, don't fuck with me. Like, that's what it is. That's what it is eventually.
To keep his mind blank of all but his destination. To tumble from one realm to another. He lacked Akshub's elegance, but he knew he could go farther than she.
She's confident here. She still knows stuff Erebus still wants.
She ceased to guide him at all.
I don't know.
Erebus guessed that she was preparing herself for the end. He was angered by that, but still she did not leave the temple. He set himself one final test. He emerged into his quarters above the Destiny's Hand with a clatter, spat from the warp with force. He slammed into his iron lectern, scattering books, manuscripts and data slates onto the floor. Laughing, he fell back into them, surrounded by a jumble of arcane knowledge. He laughed long and loud. He had pinpointed a ship, moving through the warp at speed, without any beacon or homing signal. He had arrived within his locked and barred sanctum, and no one had detected him in any way.
I truly am the hand of destiny.
He murmured to himself.
I'm amazing in every way, yes.
Back to the ruined temple on the other side of the Ultima Segmentum. Now was time for that old witch to die. Akshub was
like, what? You see what I'm saying?
She watched him as he approached.
I have learned all I can from you, priestess.
Like, yeah, I don't know about that, Andrew. Like, I feel like very much like he doesn't give a fuck. Like, yeah, the second he knows what he wants, like, you're done, bro. I think he's confident he can figure it out on his own. I don't know. He
approached.
I have learned all I can from you, priestess.
Erebus said, casting off his rough robe.
That is so.
Only one more task remains to me here.
I have foreseen it.
She agreed. She did not resist as he knelt and pinned her to the floor in the center of the temple, with the 7 of the anathemes, their unnatural blades sinking into the stone as hot knives might sink into ice. She cried out as he repeated the ritual that he had seen her perform upon the Davenite priest the day she had sent Erebus to meet the War Master. She did not plead with him, not even as he peeled back her withered skin, though she gasped as he sank the last of the blades into the exposed muscle of her chest. She was still conscious as he cut out her heart and bit into it. Her eyes fluttered as her blood ran down his chin.
How are you still conscious for this? Jesus.
The will of the gods.
Oh my God.
She died with a smile on her face.
These people are psychopaths, bro. I don't know how you can like cut somebody's chest open, expose their chest, right? And then rip out their heart and then take a bite out of it. I feel like by the time you cut somebody's chest open, peel it back, I feel like 90% of people without like anesthesia are just gonna fucking like pass out right there. I know I would. I'd be like, fuck that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, hell no. I feel like staying awake during that pain would be like fucked. Humans are way more durable than people realize. I guess maybe. I just can't imagine like, you know, staying awake for that, like straight up. Who should say this is not her wishes to die here serving the gods? It probably is. It probably is, to be fair. Like, she's all for it, clearly. She doesn't care. She's a ride or die for these chaos gods, you know? She's all for it. 100%. Aztecs did it all the time. See, I feel like with them, though, they're going, like, straight for it, you know what I mean? Like, they're doing it in, like, a quick action, right? I feel like here, this was a lot slower, you know what I mean? Like, just the way it was described. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But I feel like the fact that it was, like, a peel back, like, it was, like, I don't know. She's way too into it to not know how this ends. Oh, yeah, she absolutely knew how this was going to end. 100%. They took their time often? Really? Okay, fair enough. I've seen people get shot in the head multiple times and they were still kicking, not healable, but they were still going. Yeah, see, that's the weird thing about, like, head trauma, is, like, depending on where a bullet hits you, like, you might be completely fine, like, to be honest with you. And, like, again, depending on the caliber of bullet, it might not even pierce your skull if you're lucky, you know. You're still looking at head trauma there. Obviously, any blow to the head where you pass out is typically a concussion, which is typically head trauma immediately, right? And you can obviously, like, you know, get a concussion without passing out, but you know, any time you take a blow to the head and you're KO'd on the ground, you can assume head trauma at that point. Aztecs were incredibly brutal in their killings. Yeah, I actually haven't looked up much about the Aztecs at all, so maybe I have to do that. At least not about their ritual sacrifices, to be fair. Maybe I'll have to do that sometime. I've seen people take 30 rounds and still go, while sometimes just one and they take the asphalt temperature challenge. Yeah, it really all depends where you get hit. It's a big part of luck. The thing is like, no matter what, if you take a bullet to the heart, you're dead, right? Or if your heart gets cut out in any way, you're dead. Versus you could take a bullet to the skull, it could pierce your brain, and depending on what part of the brain it hit, you could theoretically be fine. You might not actually have, like, much wrong with you at all, depending. Like, I think there was actually a case of, like, what was it? There's this old fella, German fellow. He took a bullet to the head in World War II, and he didn't die until, like, I think it was like the early 2000s, something like that. And they, during autopsy, they literally found like a bullet lodged in his fucking brain. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, holy shit. Like, what happened to this guy, you know? That's why the T-Box is so important, especially in hostage situations. Yeah. Old World War I face prosthetics. Yeah, those are crazy, to be fair. Those are absolutely crazy. It wouldn't be healable, but you've got at least until you bleed out to spit. True. She got a special section in Nurgle's garden. Oh, did she? For her devotion? Crazy bitch.
Erebus has corrupted the war.
Oh, another face cam? Whoa.
By showing him the grim dark future that is destined to come. Yet the information that this future forged by Horus's own betrayal is suspiciously kept out of the equation. It leads to questions, such as if Erebus himself knows that this future is contingent on Horus's betrayal, rather than a direct consequence of the supposed ego-driven ascension of the master of mankind. Does Erebus know that these are the lies of the very gods that he serves, or is he a willing servant of them anyway? His unique strength is his unwavering certainty, knowing how events will play out. Though many fates take great effort to forge, are they a guarantee in his mind? With the War Master brought in,
Amber jump scare, yeah, true.
the legions now serve the Chaos Gods, though one follows the true faith, and the other sees it as a tool to dethrone the Emperor. It is before this grand betrayal is open that Erebus journeys back to the temple on Davin's moon. It has only been a few short years, where in secret Horus is gathering allies and setting plans from the shadows.
He's scarier than the Chaos Witch. No, yeah, he's alright. He's alright.
He's acted as a grand manipulator.
Listen, there is some merit to the Timu. What was it? What'd you say there, Goop? Oh shit. What did you say before? Timu. I gotta look up Timu Mr. Beast. That's it, Mr. Beast. Yeah, listen. There's merit. There's merit into that. Yeah, like I won't lie. Little bit of merit into that, but he doesn't look bad. He doesn't look bad. Like that's not a diss. You know what I'm saying? That's not a diss. But yeah, but absolutely yes, 100%. Wish Mr. Beast. Yeah, like he could totally. I'm just like looking at it. Like let's just see real quick here. Where was he? Damn, he only shows up for like a brief like 10 seconds. You can't even catch him on like the frame by frame. You know what I mean? Fuck it. We're not gonna do him dirty like that. We won't do him dirty.
Grand manipulator, assessing people and finding the right words to pervert them to the right path.
But he could definitely do like a lookalike contest, 100%.
He needs to be in many theaters at once. He needs to travel across the galaxy. He needs to be there in person.
It's gonna zoom in, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna do another pause on that.
The Dagenhart priestess he despised.
Can't do him dirty like that though, you know?
Traverse the warp by tearing a path with the anathema dagger. It is no boon, but a skill he trains relentlessly. And in his success, it validates his monstrous ego. That he truly is the chosen one. The hand of destiny. He unbelievably thinks that this entire war has come to be about him. What may have been genuine faith is turning into narcissistic delusion. Erebus leaves more powerful than ever, ready to enact the greatest war humanity will ever witness. Erebus sat at a gathering of leadership of the Wordbearers Legion. Though bonded by the Brotherhood of War,
enhances mediocrity.
Competition for the favor of the gods had created rivalries. Daggers like shards were handed out to the council, a gift for the war to come. Lorgar had instructed them to plan something special.
Think it was always narcissistic delusion? Yeah, I didn't get from anything that we've seen so far that this was genuine faith. I have not fucking felt that at all. I have always felt like this dude is just all about, like, this dude's a complete narcissist. He's doing this completely for his own gain. He doesn't give a shit. He just wants to watch the galaxy burn. 100%. I did not get, like, this is genuine. What was genuine faith? I did not get that at all, personally.
Lorgar had instructed them to plan something special for the ones the Primarch despised so much since Monarchia, the Ultramarines. A reckoning will come upon the world of Calth, but quickly Erebus left. He had been summoned to the War Master's side. Erebus stepped past the War Master and directed his gaze.
Need Horus for context on some of these videos, finally? Yeah, true. It's been a long time coming for that.
His eyes roaming across her flesh. She backed against one wall, trying to shrink away from him, but he grasped her arm in a crushing grip and dragged her towards the fire. Horus drew back his arm. He rammed his clawed gauntlet through her chest, the blaze tearing through her heart and lungs and ripping from her back in a spray of red. Erebus nodded towards the fire and the War Master held the corpse above the pit, letting Ing-Mei Sing's blood drizzle into the flames.
Damn.
The emotions of her death flooded the lodge as the blood hissed in the fire. Hot, raw and powerful. Fear, pain, and the horror of betrayal. Erebus knelt, and scratched designs onto the floor, copying them exactly from the diagrams in the book. A star with 8 points that was orbited by 3 circles, a stylized skull, and the runes of Colchis. Horus spoke to the demon that appeared. I am Sarkle, Lord of Shadows, Demon of Chaos. He had come for the power that was promised, the one Horus craved. Horus told the creature he would take what was owed, but first his legion would be cleansed. Istvan III, a world in rebellion to the Imperium. The combined forces of the sons of Horus, Emperor's children, World Eaters and Death Guard fell from orbit to begin their assault. The composition of the squads and chapters was unusual. Most of those who fought upon the surface were the Terran elements of the Legion. Those that had been there since the early days of the Unification Wars.
Isn't this a little suspect?
The truth was revealed.
Odd.
Virus bombs rocketed towards Hastati's ground forces.
Virus bombs?
Their origin that of their own Legion ships. It had been quite the effort for Erebus, but the satisfaction was immense.
So do you guys think, like, you know, if you look around you and you're like, oh shit, there's Jim. Oh look, there's fucking Cornelius. Oh look, there's all my boys from Terra back in the day, you know? Where's all the new blood that we had? Where's all the fresh recruits? Like, where is everyone? Shouldn't they be getting some training in here? Like, shouldn't we be all like battling as a legion together? And then you just look up, you just hear like a whistle, right? And you look up and it's just like, oh shit, there's a fucking nuke inbound, boys. Oh fuck. Like, we're getting it now. Like, do you think they had any sort of idea like that this purge was coming? I guess obviously not, but like, you know, you make a ground fall, you look around, you're kind of like, this is a little bit, like, you know what I mean? Like, shit. It's gonna happen, you know? You know, Salamanders read the Lusty Argonian Maid on the daily. Oh, 100%. 100%. That's their favorite book, in fact. In fact, I feel like it's a favorite book amongst many, you know. Good piece of literature, that. 100% having fun is most important. Helps put so many of the stories together so far. Yeah, true. True. It's the first time they had this sort of civil war. You would want the best on the front, make it quick. You're not expecting the fire from behind. That's true. That's true. About 30 minutes warning at most. More likely 10 minutes to find out. Send in, remember the lion took a shit on, insert planet here. Wow, unsubscribe. Yeah, true.
It had been quite the effort for Erebus, but the satisfaction was immense as he saw the Istvan III massacre finally come to fruition.
It's not all Terraborn, some Freshborn too.
The War Master spoke his true thought into the open.
Everyone who is loyal to the Emperor gets a sword. Yeah, but I mean from like this Legion, from like from specifically the Word Bearers Legion, right? It's mostly all like the Terranborn, like loyalists, would-be loyalists, right? That are sent in, right? This is like Erebus conducted a soft purge, quote unquote, before. That's what they described it as. This is like the fucking the hard purge. Like, this is just like, there's nothing soft about this purge now, you know. Call it the second one, maybe call it the third one, but there's nothing soft about this one. I'm referring to like the Word Bearers, like loyalists here, not like any other Legion. You know what I'm saying?
Finally, the War Master spoke his true thought.
Obviously, all the other legions, yeah, it's whoever was there was getting it, right?
Cried. But he declared a reckoning that he would throw off the yoke of the tyrant emperor, and the galaxy would burn. Those that would not stand beside the War Master would die. The loyalist elements that had managed to survive the initial bombs, due to the early warning of the 3rd Legionary Saul Tarvitz, put up a desperate struggle, but eventually they would fall. Men who had fought side by side with each other for centuries cut each other down in a brutal conflict.
The Word Bearers didn't purge. This was for the Luna Wolves, Death Guard, Emperor's Children, World Eaters. Okay, so this was only for those legions that did this. I guess Erebus, like, again, like Erebus did his like soft purge, quote unquote. before this, so I guess they were probably good. Word bearers had the least amount of loyalists out of the Legion. These guys got purged because Lorgar and Erebus didn't like them. Yeah, that's like the soft purge I'm referring to. Yeah, okay. And then this is for like all the other heretic forces they're sending their boys. Okay, that makes sense. Gotcha.
Down a brutal conflict. A betrayal unlike anything the Imperium had ever seen. The beginning of large-scale Astartes versus Astartes. The Grey Crusade had ended with a declaration of betrayal by the Emperor's most beloved son, Horus Lupercal. 4 legions, the sons of Horus, World Eaters, Death Guard and Emperor's children had seceded from the Imperium and were in open revolt. Erebus's delight grew as the warp across the galaxy began to stir in turmoil. Communication and travel for the Loyalists became extremely difficult. But news reached Terra, and across the Imperium, sides were being drawn up. Many worlds only knowing the charismatic Lupercal, not the distant Emperor who ruled from Terra. 7 legions were dispatched to bring these traitors to heel. A forward contingent of Iron Hands, Raven Guard and Salamanders, only to be reinforced by the Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, Night Lords and Word Bearers. To the world of Isfahan 5, the fleets of the Imperium sailed. In a secret conclave, the leadership of the Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, Night Lords and Word Bearers met. The former legions brought into the fold by the War Master, leading up to the dawn of the Horus Heresy. Erebus stood side by side with Lorgar as they declared death to the false Emperor. Upon the killing fields of Isfahan 5, Erebus and the Word Bearers assembled behind the Raven Guard, the Primarch Lorgar, Corferon, and the leader of the Galvor back. Erebus's former pupil Argel Tal stood. The first wave had retreated, from reaping a bloody toll on the forces of Horus. They hailed their allies with welcome cheers, only for the Vox to remain still.
I see.
Unnerving silence grew between the two forces, a precipice from which there was no return. The 17th Legion raised their guns and fired, surrounding the Loyalists on all sides. A second betrayal was revealed as the Raven Guard, Iron Hands and Salamanders were annihilated. Erebus cut down with glee the force of the Anathema, bellowing chants from the new Book of Lorgar he and Corferon had altered in their wisdom. Foul exhortations to the dark gods as they offered the blood of those they had once called brothers.
And they're literally sitting there like chanting like incantations and like battle hymns, like heretic battle hymns as they like gun them down. That's kind of sick, isn't it? Screaming death to the Emperor and shit, dude. Like, again, how fucking crazy must this have been for them? Like, and at this point, obviously like contingents of their legions were there, but where were the Primarchs at this point? I know some Primarchs were present, right? Or at least like in, you know, in vicinity of the planet when it occurred, right? But others, like, were they, I guess there's just so much going on at this point. Like, you know, they're just sending contingents of their legion to go try to deal with this shit, you know, when it pops up. And this was a big force of Astartes that were eliminated in one fell swoop. So that's for like why the Raven Guard and shit, there's not much left after this. I think after Istvan, there's like 1,000 Raven Guard left total, something like that. All traitor Primarchs except Magnus are here. Yeah, Magnus didn't get involved until much, much later, right? Angron, Corvus, Vulcan, Lorgar, and Fulgrim were on the field. Right, gotcha. Yeah, Corvus and Vulcan, yeah. And Ferris?
Erebus strode with the piles of dead, hundreds of thousands, that had been annihilated in a battle so bloody and brutal.
Salamanders got kicked in.
Mortal mind. He stood side by side with the man who had once been his favored pupil, their bond broken long ago. Argel Tal. The captain of the Galvorback's armor was cracking back into place, reforming to a mortal shape from the demonic hybrid he had become in battle. A gift from Argel Tal's own pilgrimage long ago. Erebus felt proud in his own way to see what Argyle had become, how he represented the blessed union of humanity and the gods, with
Interesting.
the demon Raum inside him. The two looked over the horrific field of death, the ground stinking of smoke, chemicals and blood. The two walked as they slit the throats of the wounded. Argyle told Erebus he didn't regret rejecting him and the
Like the stream, 26 viewers, 11 likes. Yes, guys, if you guys are enjoying so far, make sure you hit that like button. It does help out a ton.
Erebus had forgiven him long ago. Argyle asked Erebus if the 17th was unique, if the zealous loyalty they had to Lorgar, even to the zealotry that in all things was within their blood. A hint of suspicion spilled from Argyle. It was all choice, assured Erebus, because it was the right path, the truth.
All choice.
But he admitted
Yikes.
there were times when the Primarch had to be guided. Almost like a confessional, Erebus continued to speak. When the Primarch returned from the Great Eye, he was distraught. He wasn't ready to deal with the reality, the truth, the primordial truth, and its ramifications. But it was a truth none could ignore. Even the Legion could see the primordial truth was seeded into very human myth, though some did resist and had to be purged. All came to the wisdom of it in the end.
Salamanders got
Erebus
roasted,
enjoyed
Iron
his
Warriors and
confession,
Ravengard.
knowing that
Looked
the
good in
point of no
comparison.
return had
Fair
come
enough.
and gone. It felt good for someone else.
Maybe
to
it was the
see more of
salamander
the
numbers I was thinking about, not the
In a way,
Ravengard.
Erebus was
It's my bad.
disgusted by Lorgar.
Yeah, I'm
even
guessing
now
the
a part of-
salamanders. The salamanders are the ones that got absolutely like raked during Istvan. I just know the Ravengard didn't have like many left, but I'm assuming it was like the salamanders that were like that 1,000 number or something around there, right? They all got fucked up. Let's be honest here. Every single one of them got decimated, you know, to put it plainly. Like, you know, Ferris is dead. Yeah. Ferris dead. I subscribe to the idea he led the Legion of the Damned. The art is dope. I'll have to look into that more. Salamanders were also the smallest legion here. I guess that makes sense too, why there would be like the least amount of them left. I guess if there was the least amount starting there, like the amount that could potentially leave is already like a lot less than everyone else, right?
In a
Or
way,
potentially
Erebus
escape,
was
I should say.
disgusted by Lorgar, because even now a part of the Primarch hesitated, and he saw that too in Argyle. He hated how he still had to guide ones who still had doubts. From the killing fields of Istvan V, Erebus, Corferon and a contingent of word-bearers left to rendezvous with the Ultramarines and Guilliman. With the warp storms raging across the galaxy, news of the betrayal had yet to reach the 13th Legion's ears, a flaw the 17th would exploit. The 13th Legion sat in station, on the ground and in orbit above Calth, a jewel within the realm of Ultramar, as they awaited unification with the Word-Bearers, ones they believed to be allies. In the docks of Calth, an ultramarine vessel made no attempts to slow down. Klaxons and vox signals fell on deaf ears as the vessel curried into the heart of the Ultramarines' fleet. The guns and drop pods of the 17th flared as the 13th took the devastation in shock. Thousands died in the opening minutes of the Battle of Calth. The 13th Legion and Guilliman were horrified to see up close the transformation of their once allies, the possessed Galvor back, a haunting contradiction of the Imperial truth. Erebus looked on as the 13th Legion and the citizens of Calth burned. The screams of pain and emotions of betrayal a strong ingredient for the next step. Gathering together in...
To be fair, like, you know, the Ultramarines here, like, oh my god, they're betraying us. Like, you did literally burn their planet down. Like, mind you, that was on the orders of the Emperor, of course. But, like, in complete fairness here, like, you know, the only difference was the word bearers couldn't fight back and you guys can, right? Like, that's the only difference here, straight up. Like, I get it, you know what I mean? No, a betrayal, like, because it is a betrayal at the end of the day, but, like, still, to call this like unexpected or unwarranted. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say unwarranted, let's say. Take this into consideration. By the end of the Heresy, the Raven Guard and Ironhands managed to split into chapters. The Salamanders didn't have the numbers to do that. That's fair. Yeah. The Salamanders, do they have chapter? Like they have chapters now, right? But right after the Heresy, they didn't get separated because there wasn't like enough to even justify it. Is that correct? Do the Salamanders have chapters now? I assume they must. I haven't really heard of any, to be honest with you. The Smurfs think it's friendly, misunderstood, friendly fire. They're like, please stop killing us. It can't be on purpose. It is. It is. Letting get to the middle of your fleet with no Vox response seems like an oversight. Like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, right? Like, no Vox communication. They're just like humming it right towards you. Like, yeah, no, you got to be suspect, especially in like this age. Like, you know, some shit's going on. Like, you can't be taking chances like that. Black Dragons, Void Krakens, Dragon Spears, name a few. Okay. Yeah, I'd assume their numbers like are back up now. Like, probably not back up, obviously not back up to what they were, but they're, you know, they're not minuscule anymore, per se. They're still, like, there. The Ultramarines wanted to make peace after Monarchia. Gilliman was about to extend a friendly hand to Lorgar to fix their relation. Yeah, see, respectable, but I just don't see that happening. Like, you know what I mean? Like, from Lorgar's perspective, like, I don't see Lorgar accepting that. Like, I believe Gilliman would probably, like, try to do that. I just don't think it would be received well. Like, you know what I mean? I just don't think it would be accepted, as it were. Black Dragons are awesome. I'll need to look them up after. I'll need to look them up. Gilliman hasn't heard Horus turned traitor. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I guess, like, you wouldn't... There's so much, like, misinformation at this point, and it's just like, goddamn. Lorgar does regret it later? Does he, really? Interesting.
The betrayal a strong ingredient for the next step. Gathering together ingredients such as gene seed, of those that had died at Istvan, live sacrifices and the psychic wound of Cal's destruction, Erebus enacted a ritual to the dark gods. Psychic power roared through the material universe in an abhorrent scream. A kaleidoscopic scar ripped the galaxy in half as Erebus gave birth to the ruined storm, cutting the Imperium in two. The light of the Astronomicon of Terror was swallowed by hell itself. The throne world was isolated, and the Imperium was left in darkness. Though the betrayal had caught the 13th and Gilliman by surprise, the 13th
realized too late that Rowboat did care about him. Yikes.
Brutal conflict until the forces of Corferon were forced to retreat, though in spite Erebus had poisoned the son of Calth. The first chaplain left the field of battle before his brothers. The losses for the 17th were heavy, but for the 13th it was catastrophic. Erebus returned to the bulk of the Wordbearer forces, now working in unison with the World Eaters in the dubbed Shadow Crusade. A genocide of the realm of Ultramar. Erebus entered the chambers of his Primarch Lorgar, and stood before Argel Tal, Khan, and the Primarch Angron. Erebus spoke with his usual charm, telling Lorgar that they had much to discuss in private. But Lorgar began to mock Erebus, asking why does the Immaterium not sing of a great success at the Battle of Calth? Surely he has succeeded in destroying the Ultramarines and has killed Rabute Gilliman. In fact, where is his ship and the forces he had put under his command?
You surely can't think that you killed Gilliman there.
As Erebus began to look nervous. He had once been his closest advisor, a friend in Lorgar's eyes. But with Lorgar's enlightenment to chaos, and the now seeming full acceptance of the gods, he had changed. Lorgar's love of Erebus had died. The things that once whispered exclusively into Erebus's ear were now heard by Lorgar. The desire to drop the facade.
Yeah, because Lorgar was really just like a means to the end. Like once once Lorgar starts like believing in chaos and starts listening to chaos, that's not it for Erebus, but like that's the goal, right? Erebus is only there to be a tool to get everyone else on side, right? Once everyone else is on side, it's like Erebus himself is pretty bitch tier. Like, you know what I mean? He is just like a rat, like essentially. He's a useful rat, but he's still just a rat. Like, you know what I mean? A cockroach. Like, you know, like literally. So I could see it, yeah. Like, and Lorgar, why would he continue to care about Erebus now that he knows the truth, you know? Erebus saw Kalth was going badly, so ran away. That makes sense. Makes sense. Why would he stick around? Not worth it. Gilliman proceeds to punch the heads off of word bearers while in space. Based? Yeah, true.
His ear were now heard by Lorgar. The desire to drop the facade and scream at the Primarch that he should know his place was overwhelming.
What the fuck? Know your place, says Erebus to a Primarch.
Gods, that he was the hand of destiny. From barely disguised chuckles, Erebus could see that this was a farce, and that Lorgar was enjoying making fun of him. It became clear now that Lorgar saw the true Erebus. It was no longer the naive Primarch that could be manipulated.
I see.
The boy from Colchis had once again pinched off too many tails from the Scorpion, and now he had been stung. Lorgar left a warning to Erebus that he knew his next plot of the trap he had laid at Cygnus Prime for Sanguinius. It would fail. Did Lorgar forget that Erebus read the fates too, long before the Primarch ever did?
Interesting.
Sure he would succeed. Erebus left with a smile on his face, but his heart's beating with hate and fury. At the tomb of the Blessed Lady Cyrene, the dead confessor of the Word Bearers, stood
I like how he's just like, this Lorgar loyalist, it's too much. Like, you need to be loyal to Erebus in this fucking legion. This is me. I am this legion. I fucking carry this shit on my back. Like, he's so full of himself, man. Like, he really does think like this is his legion. Like, he's the one that like got them to the point where they are. Like, this is all him, you know? Lorgar has no place to lead. Like, I lead, or not Erebus. Lorgar has no place to lead because Erebus has always led Lorgar, you know what I mean? Like, he's always been the one putting him on this journey, and now that he, you know, now that he doesn't have like control of him, now that Lorgar is already on this path, Chaos is already speaking directly to him, nobody fucking sees Erebus as necessary anymore. Like, they all just see him for what he is, and that's a conniving little fucking cockroach. Like, you know, like, basically bitch bot Erebus. Yeah, pretty much. Bitch bot, bitch boy. Holy shit, bitch bot. Yikes. Damn, and I thought the Ultramarines had some ego. Yeah, like, yeah. No, this Erebus guy, he's full of it. You know what I mean? He's so full of it. That was described like straight up, like pull your soul back from the warp and then just fucking blood and shit just explodes around the bones of you and you just reform back into a human. I imagine that would be the most traumatic shit, and you're probably conscious for all of it. Goddamn. Holy. Just realized that I'm dressed like Steve from Blue's Clues. Am I? I'm wearing a green sweater. I mean, I am wearing, hold on, I'm wearing the blue, the bright blue underneath of it, to be fair. So maybe. I don't know, it's not cold, but it's like 10 degrees, so I woke up and it was like fucking, I'm chilly, I'm fucking putting a sweater on, fuck that. After she was blind for 60 years. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot, she was also blind, that's true. Yeah, she lost her sight. So this is actually like a way to give her vision back, I guess, because she actually is just like reformed fully. Interesting.
All that had to come. To the World Eater's ships, Erebus stood bloodied but victorious. The Croziers at his side as the chants of the two legions cheered.
Erebus is a pussy?
This is what he was meant to feel.
Plain and simple. Yeah, true.
To be admired and in part feared. His good name
Holy shit.
had been lessened since the start of the heresy. Now the respect he deserved.
Erebus truly is the Warhammer 40k. Dude, Erebus is like John Warhammer. That's what he is. You know what I mean? That's straight up fucking what Erebus is. Embodies it all, you know what I mean? Some people think the Emperor when they think of Warhammer. No, you should think of Erebus. Just think of fucking Erebus as like sly, like coy fucking smile. That's basically Warhammer summed up right there. Peak Warhammer.
The heresy. Now the respect he deserved would be restored, until he turned to see Captain Khan enter the pit. To first blood, Erebus smiled at Khan. Sanguius extremis. To the death, Khan growled back, revving the chain blade of the reforged enormous Gorechild axe. Something was wrong.
I'm just saying,
Erebus
like, again,
kept his composure
he, like,
raised his...
straight up, he caused this shit. He caused this shit, and he's not only the one that directly caused it, but like, he also just continues to connive and backstab at every opportunity. You know what I mean? Like, he's plotted this shit from the very beginning, before anyone else could even conceive of like, oh yeah, a heresy happening. It was Erebus. You know what I mean? Like, it really should be like him as the face, like, you know what I mean, of the heresy. Like, Horus was just a fucking gullible, like, idiot, essentially. That's all Horus was at that point, right? That's not to call Horus an idiot, but like, he did drink the Kool-Aid and he did fall for it, right? But Erebus, like, he stirred the Kool-Aid, you know what I mean? He's the one that mixed that shit to begin with, you know? Like, straight up.
Something was wrong.
Oh, is the Karn fight coming? Yeah,
Erebus
the Karn
felt his
fight's totally
composure
coming.
And raised his Crozius. 3 blows, faster than any Erebus could even register.
Yeah, right
Another
here.
3 blows gored and sliced
There it
Erebus,
is.
smashing him to the ground. Erebus looked up to Karn and saw his death. He knew.
I can't die like
Karn
this.
knew he had killed Argyle Tal. Get up, Karn said, almost bored. Erebus felt his nerve weaken. Of all the fates he had seen, this was not amongst them. His strength came from unwavering certainty, born from his knowledge of the future. What was happening? Erebus rose up. He was not weak. He lashed out in fury against Karn, only for 3 more blows to strike. The crowd hushed. They had never seen a Karn.
Erebus attempts to retort.
Again, Erebus smashed.
Gets
into
fucking
the dust.
annihilated.
He looked at the
Like,
stump
what?
that ended at his arm. It seems destiny had lost his.
I am not weak, I am mighty. Gets fucking bodied. Hand chopped off, like, bro. What? You get absolutely fucked. They drink the Kool-Aid and he bathes in it. Dude, he pisses the Kool-Aid out. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you know the punch bowl? Like, it's just Erebus pissing into the punch bowl. Like, that's what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the true interpretation right there. You know? Like, the Emperor, the Emperor came by. He's like, oh yeah, I'd love to, like, you know, have some nice beverage for everyone to enjoy. The Primarchs, everyone to enjoy. He makes a nice concoction, puts some real fruit in there, even, you know, cuts up some real limes, you know, throws them in there, some raspberries, maybe a bit of strawberry. It's delicious. Some watermelon. Oh, it's so good. And then you just see Erebus, like, literally, like, you know, one leg up in the air like a fucking dog, just like pissing on it like it's a fire hydrant, just pissing into the punch bowl. That's literally what it is. You know what I mean? Like, hey, what's he doing? Don't worry about it. Adding flavor, says Horace. Like, what the fuck?
He looked to the stump that ended at his arm. It seems destiny had lost his hand. Just as the threads he plucked from the shadows, they were cut. Get up. Again, that bored, uncaring voice spoke.
I'm coming, baby. Yeah, exactly.
Erebus began to panic. This was not fated. He would not die here. He had so much more to achieve. Erebus froze as he felt the teeth of Gorechild rest on his spine.
Oh.
Before the final blow would rip him apart, he grabbed the anatheme blade and tore himself into the warp, running away to safety. Erebus sat in his chamber, wounded. He had never felt so close to death. Never had he been on such a deviation.
He's never been so
God's
turned on
visions.
before.
He
Oh.
didn't care if it was seen as cowardice. He would always live, no matter what. The first.
Like, I'm just gonna say right now, Erebus is definitely rock hard. Like, we learned from the beginning, like, he's at his best, not even at his best. He's most alive when he's closest to danger. We know this from the start. So him, like, getting his ass beat like this and then just fucking yoinking out, he's probably just like, God, that was such a rush. Holy fuck. Oh. Like, you know what I mean? He's just, like, back in his chamber, fucking shaking. God damn it. Hurts so good. Like, yeah, literally. That's literally it, bro.
cowardice.
Holy shit.
He would always live, no matter what. The first
Erebus has had a
chapter
perpetual
reattached
hard
the
one
hand
since the
was
heresy
more
started,
forward.
literally.
If his power and position at Lorgar's side was reduced, he would focus on the one that still held his counsel in regard. Erebus left to join the court of the War Master, eager to also prove to Lorgar he was wrong, as he waited the results of Cygnus Prime.
He was scared that Karn was going to kill him.
War.
I'm sure at the time he was scared that Karn was going to kill him, but then imagine, right? Imagine when he doesn't die and he gets back and he's like, fuck, I was right. Oh, right again. Yes. And he's just fucking like, he's just so full of himself, man. Like, that's what it is, right? It's the fact that, like, yes, he was almost wrong, but he wasn't. That's just it, right? I could not foresee myself dying like this. Well, it's because he wouldn't die. Oh, so I'm right. Yes. Like, fuck. Karn was going to kill the dog shit out of him? Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. If he could. Yeah, absolutely. Zinch clapping from the warp.
War Master Horus looked up from his throne at his assembled court as Erebus entered the chamber. The Dark Apostle broke protocol and strode forward without waiting for acknowledgement.
Literally only serves to hype up
Barely
Erebus
even
afterwards.
offering a
Yeah, no, like literally, that's my thoughts on this, right? Because like, yeah, at the time he's very, very concerned. He's like, fuck, I actually might die here. Like, I didn't foresee this shit. This might be it for me, right? Like, holy fuck. But then it doesn't happen, and it's just like, when it doesn't happen, when he doesn't die, he's still alive. It just like reaffirms basically every fucking thing that he's been telling himself this entire time. I'm right. I'm the best. I know better. I am the hand of destiny. I fucking can do all this shit. I literally know what's going to happen in the future. I didn't fucking die there. I'm still good. You know what I mean? It just reaffirms every belief that he's already had about himself and multiplies it even. That's what I see happening from this. Like, yeah. Enforces the idea that he's the hand of destiny. Exactly. Literally that. Yeah.
And strode forward without waiting for acknowledgement, barely even offering a dip of his head as some kind of salute. Annoyance danced in his eyes, uncharacteristically clear for once.
War Master,
He said with a sneer buried in the words.
I bring you a gift from Cygnus Prime.
A cluster of word-bearers followed the chaplain into the hall, each of them holding onto a chain that extended away to a figure floating off the deck. The figure was a warrior in broken crimson armor, wreathed in a fiery red-orange glow that reeked of anger. Horus's Mournival were already stepping forward, his trusted lieutenants with their hands on bolters and blades. The issue were taken with Erebus' disrespect open for their punishment. The War Master gestured with a talon of the huge power claw in his right hand, stopping them before they could act. Instead, he rose and stepped down from the dais. Ignoring Erebus, he crossed to the tormented warrior. Horus brushed aside the word-bearers holding the chains, and they gingerly stepped back, releasing their charge. The demon-touched legionary did not react, his inner glow seething. The War Master felt hatred radiating from the possessed body, and he turned his face to it, basking in the burn. Horus knew rage well, and he saw it contained here. The tortured, cracked armor of the warrior that had once been the son of Sanguinius wavered like a mirage. He studied the figure for anything that showed name or rank, but found only the remains of company and squad markings, and the molten ruin of an apothecary's prime helix badge.
Interesting.
Who are you?
He asked, infernal eyes regarding him.
Who I was no longer matters, War Master. I am a weapon at your command.
Horus smiled coldly.
Interesting.
I approve of that. The hate of 100,000 souls fills me. I burn eternally with it. I am bound to ruin all things. I am the fallen son of Baal, the cruel Angelus, the willing slave. I am the Red Angel.
It takes Angron's title in vain.
Really? So this is this is a blood angel, is that correct? This is a blood angel that's been possessed, I'm assuming, or what exactly? You know, what exactly is this guy's piece? I haven't heard of this guy before here, and he's also bearing the marks of an apothecary as well. Interesting, eh? So what does that mean? Like, you know, no ranking, no nothing on him. Like, he's a fallen blood angel. Okay. Warped into a demon creature. Blood is stored in the balls. Facts. Okay. So true. It's this weird blank demon thing. Okay. Okay. So is it kind of like a shapeshifter almost, or like, you know, or is it more like closer to possession in a sense? Would you say? Would have been funny if Sigismund killed Erebus because he got something he's been trying to get Karn to do in their fights. True. He was the guy who went into the rage fire before saying we could save his legion. Oh! Oh! Is that who this is? Okay. Oh. Okay, that makes a lot of sense then, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Cellectra. That makes a lot of sense. That helps a lot, actually. People like to talk of loyalists from traitor legions, but I find fascinating to learn traitors from the loyalist legion as well. Yeah, that's the thing too, because like, you know, it's not, you know, it's not only loyalists and traitors. Yeah, there definitely would have been traitors in the loyalists as well. You know, Astartes that are, you know, not pleased with how things have been going for them, not pleased with the decisions of their commanders or maybe their Primarch. And yeah, you definitely would have gotten turncoats on both sides, fighting for each and other side. Like, I think that's very interesting too, yeah. The Red Angel is just an insult for Angron being compared to Sanguini. Okay, Sanguinius, okay.
Red Angel.
It takes Angron's title in vain.
Malagurst, the War Master's equerry, dared to offer an opinion.
A third of the White Scars tried to turn? Really?
Offense in that.
The demon bound did not look away from Horus.
If the Primarch Angron wishes that name, then he may challenge me for it. I deserve it more than he ever will.
Wow.
A mixture of gruff amusement.
That's
and
fucked.
irritation at his presumption moved through
Angron's literally a
the
massive
court,
demon, dude.
And Horus let it die away, circling the possessed figure. Finally, he nodded to himself.
You will be of use.
He turns to walk back to his throne.
Of use?
Erebus repeated, and his tone halted the War Master in mid-step.
This freak collision of effect is plucked from the rubble of a failed endeavor, and that is all you have to say on the matter.
You take issue with this.
Horus's voice was deceptively calm. It was the manner of Erebus to be meted and calculating in all
Angron will
things,
body most
or
things,
at
yeah.
least it had been at the beginning, but recently, the rotis that shadowed his easy cunning had waned, and there was a growth of arrogance that was becoming clear.
The trap at Cygnus has failed.
Tried before Daddy.
Should be at
Tried before Daddy spanked them and they said, sorry, we'll do suicide charges into the enemy instead. Oh shit, really? So the only thing that kept like the White Scars from, or a portion of the White Scars from turning, was the fact that they were just always in combat. They never had time to actually fucking, you know, organize a revolt, as it were. That's kind of funny. They rediscovered their loyalty by dying against Mortarion when Khan went into the Webway. Okay. Plus the billions of mortals and Titan Legions. Heresy was nuts. Yeah, the heresy is fucking crazy, man. Again, like Traitor Mechanicus, I could see that being amongst some of the hardest enemies of the heresy, you know, because obviously with the Mechanicus, you're obviously getting those Titan Legions. You're obviously getting and you know, night households, night worlds as well. You're getting a lot of the fucking, like, the space fleets, spacefaring vessels of the Imperium, you know, the second, you know, you get Mechanicus going turncoat. They're the ones that build all that shit. You know, losing any Mechanicus, like, Forge World, fucking insane value that you just lost there. Like, you know what I mean?
trap at Cygnus has failed. The Blood Angels should be at
Crucified
our
Titans on the walls of
The
Terra.
dark
That's
buckled
crazy.
out the words. He jabbed a finger at the floor.
Sanguinius should be kneeling before you, bathed in blood and broken. Instead, this remnant is all we have to show for our effort. So much had been put into the construction of the cults and the Bloodfanes. We needed that legion. We would have that legion if you had not intervened.
Horus showed no sign of irritation at the veiled accusation.
Interesting.
Wrong. Please, speak plainly, Erebus. I would have it no other way.
That Erebus took
Yikes.
the next step was a clear indication of how much he had changed since Davin.
You broke the pattern.
He doesn't give a
You
fuck.
disrupted the flow by offering skulls to the bloodthirster, all because you did not wish the angel to stand among us. You did not want a rival in our ranks. The Blood Angels walk the Scarlet Path, but now they will never be ours. The ruinous powers will not be pleased.
The apostles' brief tirade died away into silence.
I will say, having the Blood Angels on side of the heresy would have been fucking crazy. Like, they probably would not have stood a chance. Because Sanguinius is, like, again, one of the main reasons why Terra fucking stood. You know? Like, he himself, like, you know, kind of saved the fucking day in a sense. So it's like, yeah, not having him. Again, Erebus can cook. Like, that's the thing. He's not wrong in the shit. Like, okay, like, yeah, he's an asshole. And he is absolutely wrong in the shit he does. But from his perspective, trying to get done what he wants done, yeah, he's absolutely right. Like, if you're going to be, like, leading a rebellion, you probably want Erebus leading it. Because he's a fucking conniving rat, dude. Like, he is going to do whatever it takes. You know what I'm saying? And he knows what needs to be done. It's just like other people, other traitors like himself, you know, like Horus, you know, like Lorgar, not necessarily listening to him, not taking him seriously. And that's where like shit goes south for the heresy in general. Bros the whole kitchen. Like, yeah, exactly. Like he carries, like Erebus is straight up carrying this heresy on his back right now. I'm not going to lie. And the only reason it's not going as planned is because other people are fucking it up for him, in a sense. Did Blood just say Erebus isn't wrong? Like, listen, I'll rephrase it. Like, again, in his actions, from, like, the Imperialist perspective, yeah, he's absolutely a fucking nut, 100%. But from his perspective, right, he's doing the right things to get what he wants done. You know what I'm saying?
Be pleased.
The apostles' brief tirade died away into silence, and no other sound rose beyond
Perturabo enters the chat.
There
True.
came a flash of shock, quickly smothered, as too late Erebus arrived at the understanding that he had overstepped the mark. Horus studied him, examining the dense lines of text tattooed across the word-bearer's face and neck.
I admit, I am displeased at this turn of events. Sanguinius's death would have served many purposes, even if my vanity was one of them.
He grinned, at once malicious and self-deprecating. Then his manner turned cold.
But so be it. The angel will face me in battle before our campaign ends. Only one of us will survive.
That could have been avoided.
Erebus offered, attempting to make back the ground he had given up.
Like, literally.
Do you think I am a puppet?
Said Horus. He nodded at the red angel.
Yes,
A weapon
actually.
to be commanded. I think you may. I think you must be reminded of your place in the scheme of things.
The War Master's hand shot out and snatched at the hilt of a dagger sheathed at the Dark Apostle's belt.
Wow.
Erebus gave a gasp as Horus took his anatheme and turned it in his grip, letting the warp-touch blade catch the chamber's ill light.
You let the mask slip, Erebus. You showed yourself to me. I saw what you show them.
Horus touched the tip of the dagger on the Apostle's cheek, and he flinched away as it burned him. The sons of Horus were suddenly there at his back, blocking his retreat. For a moment, the word-bearer legionaries in the chamber hesitated, hands falling to their weapons, ready to defend their master. But Erebus slowly shook his head, warning them off. He had to realize what was to come, and that he had no choice but to accept it.
Let me see that face again,
said Horus, cutting a bloodied line across Erebus's forehead, as his warriors took the Apostle's arms and held him rigid.
Your true face.
With an artist's care, the War Master sliced through the flesh and into the meat. Though he gasped and trembled, Erebus did not cry out. Horus took the severed edge between his fingers, and like the turning of a page, he skinned Erebus's face from his bloody, smothered head.
Oh.
The word-bearer staggered back, his features a ruin of crimson, stark white eyes glaring out and unable to blink.
The things that whisper in your ear, that you hold in concord with your pacts and your inscriptions, remind them that they are not the architects of this war.
Horus paused as he considered the bloody rag that was his new trophy.
I am.
So what do you guys think about that? Erebus 100% just got fucking sidelined right there, and I imagine this is literally only going to lead to fucking like. I'm not even gonna lie here. I could see like Horus being fucking sabotaged in the battle with the Emperor here by Erebus. I could see the whole reason fucking why Horus lost is because Erebus fucking did something to make it so. Because he's just that fucking petty about something like this happening. You know, he finally got to tell somebody off. He's immediately getting punished for it. He's like, oh, this motherfucker. You just raised the stakes. You just raised the stakes. You're only here because of me, motherfucker. And like, I imagine Erebus is not going to take this lightly. Not going to take this lightly at all. Like, what the fuck? Like, he just got humiliated. No way. Erebus is on the up and up. Erebus is 100% dedicated to the old four. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. And Horus is sitting here claiming like he is the master, he's in charge. Remind them who they work for, not the other way around. And he's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? Erebus is like, dude, you're a madman. You have no idea. The problem for Erebus, he was the only one who wanted to fully give in to chaos. The rest wanted their own goals. Yeah, that's just it, right? Like, he's all for chaos. Everyone else has their own motivation. Their own thing that they want to accomplish or prove to themselves or each other, right? Erebus doesn't give a shit about that. He's just here to serve the ruinous powers.
I am.
The stuff he did on Terra I don't like, so I'll be like, that's the thing, he's totally getting sidelined here. So now he's questioning himself, like, are the gods actually, like, still giving me visions? Like, are they still telling me what's gonna fucking happen here? Because, like, shit's going on that I never foresaw, and I foresee fucking everything, you know what I mean? So at this point now, like, I wonder if his, like, faith in them is starting to wane a little bit, and he's maybe more looking for, like, what can I personally gain again? You know what I mean? I wonder if that is true at this point. Maybe not, but I guess we'll see. Did somebody say body counts? Horus?
A reckoning for the...
Wait, so Erebus is out here protecting Horus from these assassination attempts. I'm assuming a few were from, like, Custodes. I'm assuming a few were probably Astartes elements. But you also have just, like, traitor forces attempting to fucking also just assassinate Horus here. I think that's hilarious. Like, it just shows, like, the infighting. Like, they might all be, like, branded traitors, and they might be fighting alongside each other, but to call them allies is not fucking correct, I don't think. You know what I mean? Like, they're not friendly with each other. They are just mutually at war with the same people, if that makes sense. That's kind of how I see it, you know what I mean? Obviously, some relationships are stronger than others, but again, at this point, they're all just in it for personal gain, I think, really.
Horus's feet, something Erebus enjoyed greatly. A reckoning for the one who had thought himself in the favor of the gods above him. Erebus knew that his name and face were no longer ones held in high regard. He took to disguising himself as the apostle of the unspeaking. Erebus aided the fleets of the traitors in a dark ritual, cutting a swath through the loyalist defenses and allowing the embarkation of the ground assault to begin. Terror was under siege. The throne world burned. The atmosphere became clogged with smoke and ash, as for weeks the constant bombardment and furious battles scarred the birthplace of humanity. From the shadows, Erebus plucked away at the strings, waiting for the opportunity to complete the last task of the gods. In the desert lands of Mauritania, Erebus walked through the sands. By the gods, he hated the sand. He hated the sand on Colchis, and he despised it here. A reminder of monotonous days.
I hate sand.
Erebus wasn't sure.
It's coarse and dense and it gets everywhere.
Her, a figure only he had been privy to in the earliest days. The perpetual Erda. Would he be intimidated, nervous, excited? Was he capable of any of those emotions after all he had seen and done?
Oh, yes.
Who are you? A voice called to him. With all sincerity, he had always desired to be put behind.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't know who's who's more of an edgelord here, you know? I'm not gonna lie. Is it Kurz or is it Erebus? I still think Conrad's probably the bigger edgelord, right? Like, has to be, right? Like, he just his appearance alone, like, you know. But Erebus, man, he's got some real cockroach behavior going on. It's hard to say. Kurz still? You still thinking Kurz? Yeah. Yeah, because I guess Kurz is also just, like, very depressed. See, Erebus isn't, like... Well, Kurz isn't depressed. I mean, I don't even fucking know how to describe Kurz, to be honest with you. He's just fucking a weirdo, man. He's just a fucking weirdo. I don't know. He takes pleasure in it, but he takes pleasure in it for, like, a sad reason. You know what I mean? But he still takes pleasure in it, so it's fucked up, you know? But Erebus, he just does this shit for the love of the game, you know what I'm saying? He just fucking he enjoys it, you know?
Voice called to him. With all sincerity, he had always desired to be put behind.
It's hard to understand the mentally ill, don't worry, it's true.
Out loud. I am the hand of destiny.
Erebus feels more skinhead than edgelord, that's fair. It's reasonable. It's a good take.
Erebus didn't care. Only he could understand the magnanimity of its truth. The anathema's empire burned because of him.
Gene stealers are definitely skinheads.
He remembered how all those he had elevated had discarded him. The woman said his title with undisguised sarcasm. Erebus smiled. He was going to enjoy this. He looked around this simple chamber the woman kneeled in. There were basic trinkets that were old, crafted in ages long forgotten, made by simple human hands. Erebus felt the power of human souls within this chamber. It was old, something powerful and unlike anything he had felt before. No wonder it had taken him months to be able to even get close. Erda sternly asked Erebus to leave, but how could
all hail
Erebus?
The four-armed emperor?
He was here to pay his respects. He knew.
Oh, you mean the three-legged emperor? Am I right?
Mother of the Primarchs, the other genetic half of the Emperor's creations. The very choirs of the Pantheon sing her name.
The Emperor actually
He felt
canonically does
blessed
have
to
3
meet with
legs.
The one who had started
Wink, wink.
this all. When she scattered the Primarchs from Terra, he was glad to meet a
Fulgrim may agree with you.
of the gods. Gods, spat. This again. What could you possibly know of gods? Look at you. You dress.
See, when the Emperor walks, right, he does so with a bit of like a limp, a bit of like a stubble, like, you know what I mean? Now, you might think that's like the power armor, like impeding his progress. No, it's just the fact that like tucked alongside one of his legs is actually just like he's dragging like this massive schlonger, you know, that's all it is.
What could you possibly
Bro's a
know
tripod?
of
Yeah,
gods?
exactly.
Look at you.
He
You
said
dress like some mind.
when the Emperor takes like a firing position, right? He like actively like leans forward and you just see a fucking like a tripod erect, like propelling him forward. He's on like a 70-degree lean forward into his bolter. Like, you know what I'm saying? Holy shit. Oh my god.
Do you possibly know of gods?
Holy
Look at
shit.
You dress like some mind-touched devil boy kicked out of the village for poisoning the well. Something has misled you, and I do not care what that is. I only care that you leave. Erebus really was enjoying this. He felt the power from her bubbling up. He saw her fill with hate and anger. It does not matter if she was willing or not. She had wounded the anathema as much
His
as
super
he had.
sledge, truly.
Erdo rose to meet Erebus's goads. She stood almost as tall as him in Hastati's plate. She paced towards him as Erebus brought the gods' offer. Elevation.
Maybe another topic, but how do you think about a ranking of the 30k legions or 40k factions? Honestly, I've been thinking about making a video about that, to be honest. Just like my thoughts and opinions on them so far. Yeah, I've thought about like actually putting that into a condensed like video, you know what I mean? Like my top 5 like legions kind of thing. Top 5, top 10. You know what I mean? I almost want to do top 5 because it's just like my top 5 like favorites so far, and like even I could go a step further and like go like chapters within each of those, you know what I'm saying? Rank in what regard? Just like with favorites, you know what I'm saying? Like the ones that I like vibe with the most, I suppose, you know? Not in any like particular like fashion or like, you know, pure bias, pure favoritism, you know? From like my perspective, like being more like new to it, right? New to the setting. I don't know if people would be interested in that. I've just like thrown it around as an idea in my head before. I don't know if people would actually be interested in seeing it, but yeah, this is Big E's misses. Only read the siege once. Yeah. I'll just say it's a shame we don't have animations of battles. JJ Case makes good work. But I really want to see the Marines in actions instead of reading. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, I feel like there is so much potential for like large scale, like 40k animations, sieges, battles in general, right? But it's just the problem of like Games Workshop or just a bunch of, well, how do I say this, you know, without, without being, you know, any type of way about it. Games Workshop, they just, they don't seem to, appreciate fan works, let's say. They don't seem to appreciate the free advertisement, let's say. let's put it that way. You giving us your opinions on the factions would be nice. Yeah, like I could do either like factions in general or like, you know, just legions, or I could do both. I can make 2 separate videos on each, you know what I mean? Like ranking factions within the 40k universe and then ranking like legions, like my personal favorite legions. Could do 2 different videos on that. The Horus Heresy cinematic is dope. It is. It is truly a really good one. If us Sons of the Lion don't rank first, I'll be angry. I won't be angry. I'll just be disappointed. That's fair. That's fair. Again, angels are up there. That's for sure. They are some of my favorites. There's obviously, yeah, Blood Angels, Dark Angels. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. Because again, it's like looking at it from the perspective of cosmetics, right? Because I have to say, right, some legions are just drippier than others, you know? That's just what it is, you know? Some legions are just drippier than others. But also, it's like, then you also have to look at, like, you know, the personality of that legion, you know? You have to look at, like, you know, like, what makes that legion, right? But it's like, do they have drip? You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about.
She stood almost as tall as him in Hastati's plate. She paced towards him.
Because again, like, I will say, like, not to get, like, caught up on it, but, like, yeah, man, like, the Blood Angels in specific, man, I really fuck with, like, you know, their personalities, I guess, like, the fact that there's, like, more to just being a warrior with the Blood Angels, but also just their armor, man. Like, they do just look badass. Like, you know, I'm a big fan of that crimson aesthetic, you know?
Tall as him in Hastati's plate. She paced towards him.
World Eaters? Yeah, World Eaters too. World Eaters look badass.
A reward with the embrace of chaos for all.
World Eaters, even Emperor's Children. I like Emperor's Children too. I do like their cosmetic as well.
I had my disagreements with him, but I always knew he worked for the betterment of the species. Your masters, however, or what you take to be your masters, they are the
White Scars, Space Wolves.
Countered that she had already served the Pantheon. Choices. Erebus counted that she was already serving the Pantheon. Choices. A choice is always given. He was offering one to her now, just as how he had grasped his on Colchis. Erda wouldn't stop. She tore into Erebus. You have no masters, just distorted reflections of your own dreams. You prostrate yourself before annihilation.
Every legion got drip. Every legion does have drip, especially when you start looking at chapters.
Eyes. How could one deny the evidence of their blessings? At the power he wielded, Erda responded. Because all you are doing is consuming your own. A demon is nothing but a human thought, a moment of human weakness. You can dignify them with names, but all they are is corpse gas.
Oh.
No, Erebus thought. He knew the truth. It was his truth. His knowledge and power was validation itself.
No.
Of all Erda's ideals, what could stand up to the undeniability of what he knew? Humanity must have faith.
There's that narcissism
Nothing
coming back.
unites mankind the way religion inspires unity. No conflict rages as fiercely as a holy war. No warrior kills with the conviction of a crusader. Nothing in life breeds bonds and ambition greater than the ties and dreams forged by faith. Religion brings hope, unification, law, and purpose, the foundations of civilization itself. Faith is nothing less than the pillar of a sentient species, raising it above the beast, the automaton, and the alien. Erda turned away. She had known people of peace, humility, and love. People who had lived lives better than the ones with no ambition in their heart. If there was anything worthy of worship, it was the deeds. Those exhausted, callous hands that lifted others up. Not names and myth. Those who demand veneration are never really worth it. Erda stared back into Erebus's eyes. The two mirrored each other, one dressed in simple cloth, humble, the other in spikes and gruesome armor, a tantamount to his ambition and cruelty.
And also, I will say a good parallel to like where he started too, right? Obviously, killing the original Erebus, who was a holy man, taking his monk's rags just in cloth, right? Excuse me. It's a very, very stark contrast to like see where he came from to where he is now, and just where that ambition took him, you know? Like, I think that's a really cool parallel they're making right there as well for it.
A tantamount to his ambition and cruelty. She was a fool, Erebus thought.
Drip from the Templars.
Life by their...
I will say the Templars are very, very drippy. The Templars are very, very drippy. Again, Blood Angels and Templars for drip, to be honest with you, in my opinion. Like, and that's not to say, like, again, I like the white on the White Scars, but I just like the contrast, like the grim dark, like kind of Like when you think of the Black Templars, like that's just the embodiment of like grimdark to me. I don't know why. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just my opinion. I know it probably just is. But to me, it's just like you look at them and you're like, fuck yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the shit right there. Like, you know, I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
She was a fool, Erebus thought, to live one's
Well, she's not
life
wrong.
by their own convictions. How
Yeah.
could one who followed a path set for him even fathom choice like that? It was abhorrent.
That is
the
true.
will of the gods was the only path. All others were heresy. All other words she had, all her ideas, her insult and cutting barbs met the wall inside Erebus's soul. The gods were absolute. All challenges to that he could not even
Hi, Marshal
hear.
Dripbecht.
It made him angry to hear the contrary. If you persist in ignorance, then I shall remove you from the game. The posture in both of
Erda,
them
everyone's an
changed.
idiot, pretty
They
much.
knew what was coming next. Erda placed her hands together. As the room began to glow golden light, she told him he should not have come here alone. Erebus smiled. He didn't. Four great shapes began to curl around his being, a bestial cloud of fang and spines. 4 greater demons lashed out at Erda, the earth-shattering blows splitting the room and showering rubble around them. But still Erda began to glow. Her
Holy
form
shit.
began to enlarge to challenge the demons.
Really?
Erda raised her hands. As the sky crackled with thunder, she struck back with power that Erebus did not understand. Erebus was reduced to an observer. He stared at the contest with rapturous delight.
Holy shit.
How it was a blessing to witness power.
I like how he's never fighting, bro. I don't think Erebus has actually properly drawn his sword to fight somebody in like years at this point. And I think the last time he did, it was unironically like a fucking sparring duel. Well, I guess that's not true. He got his ass beat by Karn. To be fair, he got his ass beat by Karn. But I feel like that was like a forced like contest. You know what I mean? That was like a one-on-one and he escaped, right? Like last second. But anytime he gets the opportunity to not fight, he fucking just like, he won't do it. You know what I mean? He'll let other people take that for him. He doesn't care. He'll sub other people in. Is she channeling the Emperor's power or from the same pool? I don't know. That's a good question. Like, is she blessed right now? Like, is she actually getting imbued right now? Or like, what exactly is this? Because he's saying he doesn't understand it either. Like where this power is coming from, which makes me think it's the Emperor doing this, right? Like it's a power he's not accounting for, right?
With rapturous delight, oh how it was a blessing to witness power and the strength of the gods. He struggled to look at Erda. The power he sensed from her was primordial.
She's Lorgar's mama.
But
True.
different from the immaterium. It was like it was the power of life itself. He didn't want to dwell on it. He didn't want to give that thought oxygen, because the very idea of something not leading back to the gods was unthinkable.
Insane.
The howling winds and energy made it difficult to look, but Erebus saw. Erda split into various forms of her soul within. The various lives that Perpetual had lived over millennia cast into brilliant and terrifying power. Erda exploded her power in a wave that eviscerated the 4 demons, wounding her in the process. Erebus stared on in awe, imagining what she could have been if she had served the gods. He realized she did indeed scatter the Primarchs alone, and in her foolishness, she believed she had wounded both the Emperor and the gods. She couldn't have it both ways. Erda's body was a mess of wounds and blood. She was barely able to keep herself breathing. Erebus approached. He knelt down beside her, victorious, despite all
Oh,
she had.
victorious. Oh, he's literally gonna, he's literally coming up to her, like, claiming victory. And he's literally just gonna claim victory by, like, taking his dagger and fucking, like, slitting her throat last second. Like, oh, yes, I won again. Yes, me. I did all the work. Yet again. Yes. Oh, I'm so good. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, he's gonna steal that XP, literally. Literally, like, this guy is like a backseater. Like, he comes in and he just fucking, like, you know, you sit there, like, this is like PUBG, where you're, like, sitting there, you're in a gunfight with somebody for, like, fucking 10 minutes. You hit the fucker, like, 8 times. You know he's on, like, maybe 15 HP, and then you just see from like a kilometer away some fucking idiot just like shoot him in the head from like the opposite direction. You're like, that was my kill, you motherfucker. Like, that's exactly what this is, bro. Like, yeah, he's coming in here and he's taking the XP 100%. Kill stealer, yeah, literally. Oh yes, I did all the work. I'm so good. It took one shot and I did it. Oh, I'm so powerful. Yes, me.
Down beside
Like what?
her, victorious. Despite all she had, she was nothing in the face of the gods.
One shot
She
more.
had challenged him and the powers he wielded, and had been found wanting. Worship me. He said, even now, I offer you one last chance. The fire in her eyes died, and her limbs went slack. He always loved this moment. The moment where total defeat swallowed his victim up. But a smile crept over Erda, as with her last words she rejected him. Erebus drew the knife, and ended her millennia-long existence. With the last task set by the gods, Erebus returned to the shadows, as the siege of terror continued, conscious of the other perpetuals, and making plans to deal with this threat. Terror burned, leading to the final battle aboard the Vengeful Spirit, a titanic conflict that led to the death of the War Master Horus. But in turn the anathema was crippled, interred upon the golden throne as a carrion lord. As the weak ties that bound the traitorous forces together broke, Erebus followed his legion into
Weak ties is an
terror.
understatement.
Upon the demon world of Sicarius, a shadow war has been brewing for millennia, one between Erebus and Corferon, for influence over the Legion. With the wound sustained from Corvus Corax, the ascended demon Primarch Lorgar has been absent, the power vacuum conveniently filled by Erebus.
Convenient.
The fate the gods had intended, a grim dark future of only war. The grand offering born of Erebus's fruit empowers the gods as humanity exalts the very attributes of worship.
I wonder if like Erebus is going to take the place of Lorgar, to be honest with you. I could totally see him eventually gaining enough sway with the Legion to just oust Lorgar. Like, if he plays his cards right, to be completely honest with you. Like, Erebus is just kind of like that on it, you know what I mean? Impossible, you think? I don't know. Like, with Lorgar being constantly absent, and him having to constantly, like, rely on console, like, Erebus just seems like he's that guy. Lorgar is Ascendant now? I guess so. I guess that's true. But it's like, is Lorgar best suited to lead a legion? Do you think, like, in this case, right? Given his, like, circumstance, right? With him being ascended, do you think the Chaos Gods would have him be the head of this legion? Like, combat force-wise? Because he's never been really, like, one for combat. I feel like if they're going to do that, they're going to send Angron, right? Or the World Eaters, right? They're scattered warbands. That's fair. Okay. So there isn't like a unified, like a legion. Like there isn't like a unified command structure within the word bearers at this time. That's what you're saying? When he returns, shit will go down.
Empowers the gods as humanity exalts the very attributes of worship. A future of rage, corruption,
within any of the Chaos Legions, okay.
excess. Destiny's hand has guided humanity to the right path, but Erebus is not done. Most people do what they do, not because of evil, but because of innocence. The desire to be protected, to be recognized in some way, to believe their truth is truth. But some simply do it for power, to fill the void of weakness within.
Oh yeah.
Was it ever about truth? Or was it because the gods offered the unimportant boy from Colchis power?
They hate me. Not because of what I am.
No, they do hate you because of what you are.
Were. They hate me because they turned, and I did not. The records
What a
of our
rat.
enemies call us all turncoats, but I changed no allegiance. I was always here, just as I am now.
Man's literally out here admitting that, like, he's always been a cockroach and that he's never cared. Oh, they call us all turncoats. Well, everyone else was a turncoat, yeah, but I fucking hated this shit from the beginning, is basically what he's saying. He's like, yeah, no, I was never here for this, bro. Like, I pretended, but let me tell you, I fucking hated you from the get-go. I, like, 100% never was here for this Imperium shit. Bullshit, actually. I chuckled when I heard of it, actually. I saw the Emperor for the first time, and I thought, man, that's a target. Like, what? Honestly, I want Lorgar to kill Erebus. I don't know if that'll happen. It would be nice if it did. I just don't know if it will. You have greater word bearers, but hundreds of warbands, covens, and cults. Okay, that makes sense. Only massive enough chaos force considered legion signs may be Karn's butcher horde. Okay. We need villains, and Erebus is a hell of a villain we love to hate. He's a good villain. He is a good villain. And, like, that's the thing, because his motivation is just about as understandable as it gets, right? Like, his motivation isn't seated in, like, deep-rooted trauma. It's not seated in, like, you know, being wronged in some way. It's not seated in, like, you know, jealousy or, like, hatred. It's literally just rooted in the fact, like, motherfucker, I want to get money, I want to get bitches, and I want to get paid, and I don't want to have to do shit for it, you know? That's literally his motivation. He's self-serving, yeah. How can I get to the top while accomplishing, like, how can I get to the top while doing the absolute minimum? Given, like, the circumstances I'm in, right? And, like, the thing is like, with a lot of, like, the people that he's had to manipulate, it's been very, very easy to do so. Like, a lot of these people that he manipulates, they're so fucking easy to manipulate. He basically just has to walk up and say, hey, you know? And he just gives them a reason. He's got good charisma. He's believable. And then they're just like, yeah, sure. And they go along with it. You know what I mean? And then only last minute do they realize, oh shit, this guy's actually just a fucking cockroach. Like, what a guy. Sadistic? Yeah, he's also sadistic as well. 100%.
I was always here, just as I am now, aware of myself and the universe that made me. I lied with every breath I ever took, except to myself. That is purity of a kind, and something that no other soul in this grand armada of renegades can boast. I look upon terror now from my void, cold vantage, and see its huddled lights glimmer in the fragile dark. Soon, the order to attack will come, and the final act will be entered. The monsters I created will burst from their fetters, giving no thought to what long labors brought them here. Horus mutilated me. My own Primarch discarded me. That could be a cause for self-doubt, here on the edge of terror's fall. That could make a lesser soul slink away, gnawing on his failure, even as humanity's bastion collapses at last.
Wow.
But that's never been my way. I've been stung before, and I always come back for more poison.
Yeah, even a cockroach can survive a nuclear bomb kind of
In
thing.
the shadows of Colchis, pulling on the garrote string and feeling my blood pump. The old
Whoa.
games never really ceased,
Pump.
in truth. Only the players changed. Nothing remains to be explained. I can whisper these truths to my own screed-inscribed face if I wish, that I can now hold up in front of my own eyes as my only audience. The ragged flesh is dry and cracking now, and
You
with
forgotten
full
Mommy
hearts,
Never Loved
but
Me?
I
True.
keep it. just as I used to keep my mirrors for the same purpose. I took this face from another man once, to become what I wanted to be. Now it is my reminder that all despots are fragile, and that the hand of destiny will always be despised. Such is my power now. I could fashion a new skin in moments. I choose not to. My face still weeps blood under my helm, glistening on flayed muscles. It hurts, and that, too, is a reminder. I was there at the start. I was there before we even had names for all of the things we're doing now. I have no congregation anymore, but I will again.
Oh.
The faithful will come back, thirsty for accounts of how this feat was achieved, and I will have stories waiting for them. Such stories. Stories that will make their ears bleed and their hearts burst. So it's not done yet, Erebus. Not yet. Just watch. Just watch.
Oh, that was a very sudden ending. What the fuck? Okay. Whoa, 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 boy. Whoa, 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 boy. Whoa. Okay, that ended quickly. Jesus. Okay, I was expecting a little bit of like a... a little bit of an outro there, I won't lie, but I mean...
Watch.
Let's just see if we can get, I saw like a little end screen there, I don't know if... Okay, yeah, well, thank you for watching. I guess that got cut off at the end there. I was just like, was that me or no? It's literally just like a 0.5 seconds of end there. Wow, that was Erebus 40k lore, the Amberking. Yeah, wow, what a great video that was. Erebus, definitely a fucking cockroach. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Yeah, everything we saw there. Again, his motivations, he doesn't have a motivation to be a dick. That's just how he is, man. Like that's just Erebus, you know? So yeah, I think yeah, Erebus is definitely definitely an asshole. I'm definitely on side of like, yeah, he's a problem, you know. I definitely can't support his actions by any means. I can support his motivations only plain and simply because he's honest about them, okay? He doesn't try to like pretend like he's doing this for some fucking important reason. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't try to pretend like he's doing this for like, you know, I got beat when I was a kid, or oh, my fucking daddy doesn't love me, or oh, like any of this shit, right? He doesn't care. He just wants to get paid. He wants bitches, and he just wants extravagance in his life. It's a respectable reason. Listen, even if you're gonna be an asshole, you gotta respect that grind that he's on at minimum. Honest in the sense of like at the start there and at the end there, he's literally just saying like what he wants. You know what I'm saying? He's not honest to anybody he meets, but to like in narrator style, he's honest. You know what I'm saying? In that sense, not like honest to people. Thank you, Hobbit. I appreciate that. We need a palate cleanser from all this 30k chaos shit. So I request Cyphus Kane for the next week's Amberking video. Yeah, we can absolutely. I'll put that on the poll. Cyphus Kane, absolutely. I know I got a couple requests to do for sure. A couple requests. I know Fear also asked for somebody. Ragnar, I believe it was. Time for Rylanor. Got a lot to do, guys. Yet still, yeah, obviously the Amberking, you know, we still have a ton of content to do on the Amberking. Let's just go to his channel real quick here. We've done a lot. We have done a lot, but we have not done all of them, that's for sure. And I know, like, there's obviously the Eisenhorn series here as well. I don't know anything about that. I know that's got, what, 3 parts here? Each about 3 hours, 2.5 hours. There's a lot of shit going on. There's a whole like Siege of Terror, the Solar War by itself. There's a bunch of stuff that we haven't got to yet. So we still have a ton of options, that's for sure. Commissar Yarrick, yeah, man, like there's a ton of stuff we haven't checked out yet. We're gonna have to get to. So yeah, Amberking streams are gonna be a constant thing for a while still. So I would not be too concerned about that at all. But yeah, guys, that was great. That was honestly fantastic. Yeah, thank you, Hobbit, for that donation. I appreciate that as always. Yeah, this has been Erebus. I appreciate you guys tuning in. And yeah, leave a like if you enjoyed the video, subscribe if you aren't subscribed, and yeah, leave your recommendations down in the comments below if you guys have any. If you're not in the Discord, you're missing out. Come on down, join our Discord, guys. It's awesome to see you guys there. So come on down, join our Discord. Farsight, lol. Yeah, that one hasn't been on any of the polls yet for a reason. I'll be honest. But yeah, and big thank you to all of our members, all of our Hastati and our Principes, Dagenhart, Fear, and Hobbit. I appreciate you guys. You guys inspire me to make more content for you guys every single day. And yeah, we're probably going to be doing some streams later tonight, some gameplay streams later tonight. I'm not too sure what yet. Probably some Skyrim. 4-minute Erebus video, quick. 4-minute video, shit. What did you send it already? Did you send it, Chicken? You sent it over in the Discord. If it's 4 minutes, we might be able to do it. We might be able to pull a 4-minute video. Horus Flays Erebus, is that the one you're talking about there? I see it. Let's just see real quick here.
You broke the...
This one here. Horus Flays Erebus. Fear to tread, the angel falls. Full and unabridged. Yeah, okay, alright. Yeah, sure. We'll check this out quick. Why not? We'll check it out quick. We'll check it out quick. 4 minutes 20 seconds long. We'll check it out quick. We'll see what it's all about. 100,000 views. This is Horus Flays Erebus by the Commissar General. I've not heard of this video. We'll leave a like. I've not heard of this video or this fellow before, so this will be my first time checking him out. Yeah, let's Erebus done fucked up, boys. That's a good description. Pretty much. Yeah, let's see what it's all about. Hopefully this doesn't get me copyrighted. I don't know if this is like straight from the audiobook. If it is straight from the audiobook, we'll give it a shot. If I get copyright claimed, fuck it, am I right? I'm doing it for you guys. Let's see what it's all about.
You disrupted the flow by offering skulls to the bloodthirster, all because you did not wish the angel to stand among us. You did not want a rival in our ranks. The blood angels walk the scarlet path, but now they will never be ours. The ruinous powers will not be pleased. The apostle's brief tirade died away into silence, and no other sound rose beyond it. There came a flash of shock, quickly smothered, as too late Erebus arrived at the understanding that he had overstepped the mark. Horus studied him, examining the dense lines of text.
It's interesting hearing this in another context, like another narrator style.
I am displeased at this turn of events. Sanguinius's death would have served many purposes, even if my vanity was one of them. He grinned, at once malicious and self-deprecating. Then his manner turned cold.
It is the audiobook. This is the voice they gave Erebus. He even sounds like a roach. He sounds like a massive nerd. No offense, but like he does sound like a why you young, like that's literally how he sounds. Like it sounds like he's like got some like nasally fucking like problems going on, you know?
Self-deprecating. Then his manner turned cold. But so be it. The angel will face me in battle before our campaign ends. Only one of us will survive. That could have been avoided.
Like,
attempting
like
to back the ground he had given up.
He straight up sounds like a wizard. You know what I mean? Like he sounds like what would you even call that? Like that voice that he's doing, man. I definitely love, like, I want to place it, but I can't. But yeah, it just sounds like he's like some fucking like roach wizard, you know what I mean? Like that's literally what he sounds like.
Erebus offered
Eric Cartman, but grown up. True, actually.
Do you think I am a puppet? Said Horus. He nodded at the Red Angel. A weapon to be commanded? I think you may. I think you must be reminded of your place in the scheme of things.
Very stereotypical 80s nerd, yeah.
And snatched at the hilt of a dagger sheathed at the Dark Apostle's belt. Erebus gave a gasp as Horus took his athame and turned it in his grip, letting the warp-touched blade catch the chamber's ill light. You let the mask slip, Erebus, he told him. You showed yourself to me. I saw what you showed them. Horus touched the tip of the dagger on the Apostle's cheek, and he flinched away as it burned him. The sons of Horus were suddenly there at his back, blocking his retreat. For a moment, the word-bearer's legionaries in the chamber hesitated, hands falling to their weapons, ready to defend their master. But Erebus slowly shook his head, warning them off. He had to realize what was to come, and that he had no choice.
Okay, actually, yeah. Like, literally.
Let me see that face again, said Horus, cutting a bloody line across Erebus's forehead, as his warriors took the Apostle's arms and held him rigid. Your true face. With an artist's care, the War Master sliced through flesh and into meat.
Out of curiosity, when did this audiobook come out? Like, first off, when did this book come off? And then when was the like the audio narration, the audiobook? When did that come out specifically? Like, when did the book come out? When did the audiobook come out? I don't know why that took me so much to get out. Holy shit. Just out of curiosity, I think this book, I want to say, came out, what, the 80s, 90s? Something like that? 80s, 90s? And then the narration probably came out, what, like 90s? Something like that? I'm not too sure. Somebody let me know.
With an artist's care, the War Master sliced through flesh
2012?
and into meat.
That's when the audiobook came out?
He gasped and trembled. Erebus did not cry out.
Or was that when the book came out itself?
Horus took the severed edge between his fingers, and like the turning of a page, he skinned Erebus's face from his blood-smothered head. The word-bearer staggered back, his features a ruin of crimson, stark white eyes glaring out and unable to blink. The things that whisper in your ear, that you hold in concord with your pacts and your inscriptions, remind them that they are not the architects of this war. Horus paused as he considered the bloody rag that was his new trophy.
Both? Okay.
I am.
Pretty sure all the Horus Heresy books are pretty new? Oh, okay. I thought they were older. I had to pause it there. I don't know if that's copyrighted, to be honest with you. If this is official audio, it might be.
Game swallow.
That sucks. I'm just going to turn it down a little bit. If you guys can't hear this, I apologize. I do want to watch the rest of it. I just can't have it be fucked, you know what I mean?
Fear to Tread was written by James Swallow and read by Gareth Armstrong.
Gareth Armstrong, okay.
Produced by Heavy Entertainment for Black Library. This work is copyrighted by Games Workshop.
Copyrighted by Games Workshop. There you go. Well, guys, expect the suing to begin tomorrow. Oof. Well, we'll see. Well, no, that was pretty good, though. I think they did a good job on that. I mean, as far as like a narration for an audiobook goes, very decent. Not too bad at all. And that's the official thing. So, like, not too terrible. Not too terrible. Well, you know, I definitely preferred the Amberking's version of it. I'll be completely honest with you. Like, his telling of it was a lot more impactful, I want to say. Wasn't as like how you say, like by the book, I guess, like in terms of the narration style. It sounded very, very official, which like isn't a problem. But honestly, like for me personally, I really, really enjoy like the more like the less like official style readings of audiobooks, you know, and I know that's a lot of what you get in audiobooks, and I don't know why, you know what I mean? Like, I honestly think like guys like the Amberking, like Vox and the Void, they should be the ones like getting hired to narrate these books, because they fucking put a lot into it, man. They get you feeling behind it, right? I don't know how much feeling I could have, in complete honesty, this is just me, right? I don't know how much feeling I could have, invested with like a narration style kind of like this. You know what I mean? That's just me personally, because it's just read kind of like plainly almost. You know what I mean? Like there is obviously some tone of voice there change, and there is obviously some like telling of it. I just feel like it's a lot more impactful, like in other ways, you know? Audiobooks just don't hit the same sometimes. Yeah, that's it. That's what it is, right? And obviously too with characters, like if you're just like reading a book, right? You know, characters are gonna sound different, right? To you versus like what they sound like in this. Like when I hear Erebus talking, like I don't think of Erebus sounding like this.
You disrupted the flow by offering skulls to the bloodthirster, all because you did not wish the angel to stand among us.
Oh.
You did not want a rival in our ranks.
Like, you know what I mean? I don't picture Erebus like with that fucking nasally like 80s nerd vibe, you know, personally. And like I can see where like the roach aspect comes from, like in this regard, but I just don't see him like sounding like that, you know, personally, right? That's just me, right? But no, I thought that was decent. I thought that wasn't bad. 100,000 views on that from the official book, so hopefully I don't get fucking copyright striked into the dirt over that, but we'll see. But yeah, I thought that was pretty decent. But yeah, we're probably gonna end the stream here now. That was a little side piece there, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that. You're welcome, chicken, you know. Thank you for sending that on over. But yeah, no, I think we're probably gonna end this here. So yeah, big thank you to everyone who tuned in as always. Leave a like if you haven't, subscribe if you're not subscribed. Big thank you to our members, all of our Hastati and our Principes, Dagenhart, Fear, and Hobbit. I appreciate you guys. Imagine him as a smooth talker, charismatic. That's how I figured he would be, right? Because like he's able to convince all these people like relatively easily. I gotta figure he's got to have some sort of charisma, right? That just makes more sense to me. And he just does not sound charismatic at all in this, you know what I mean? Personally. That's just my opinion though, but yeah guys, thank you guys for tuning in. We're probably gonna end this here, and yeah, we'll probably stream some point later tonight. I'm not sure when. I'll probably put a post up on YouTube and Discord obviously before I do that, probably an hour before, half hour before, whatever it is, before we get going on that. But yeah, without any further delay, if I don't see you guys the rest of the weekend for whatever reason, yeah, you guys take care, have yourselves a good weekend. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace, guys.